Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are happy to be here again today, and we're excited that the stream has been going on well, and also your tremendous support has been good to us. And even as we start the show today, we want to welcome you, our viewers who have been faithfully following us, and we are just excited to know that we are together in this. Today we are starting early with the pre-match analysis. We want to look at how Team Kenya has been performing so far. Given that we now lie in a very dangerous zone, it's in our hands to make it happen. We can't afford to hope that other teams will misfire. And we are having tough challenges. We are starting with the Chinese Taipei, who are just slightly ahead of us because we are now lying fourth in our pool. And we need to make it to the top three to be able to continue to the next division that will be happening from next week on Friday. So we are joined today by multiple Olympian, one of the guys who has been very fast rising in his chess career in Kenya, and very determined young man who is set to scale the podium of the biggest stage of chess ever in the Olympiad. He hopes to maybe one day be a GM. I don't know how to that. Ricky Sang, how are you? Welcome to the show today.
Thank you very much, Kidula. But I'm no longer in the younger bracket. So this is the old generation that is facing out.
Okay, but where are you? You look as if in the Maldives. So where are you? Are you?
I can see be hanging out with the Australians.
No, this
must be in Jamaica.
This is Jamaica. Jamaica, nice. So Ricky,
no, this is yeah.
How have you been seeing the game so far of Team Kenya?
I think what you guys put up together is quite good. Been following the games using the YouTube channel. Very decent score, I would say. So far, I think we still have a chance of finishing in the top three, depending on the outcome of today's games. Mm-hmm. But I think the players have done a pretty well match. Against the teams that we expected to beat, we beat. I think just a very bad score yesterday against Thailand because we could have scored a few points in some of the boards. I think Joyce and Matthew would have potentially gotten some point. But I think we still have a chance.
From where you sit, Ricky, you know you could be one of the players who was supposed to be playing on the team, but then because of work pressure, I think, you had to pull out. What did that make you feel?
Yeah, I think I would have loved to play, but just Kenya had put a very rigorous schedule for training before the Olympiad, which was happening mainly during the day. And given the work schedule, I would not have been able to. And it was only fair that someone who has trained is allowed to participate in the tournament. And I think the second factor for me is also I'm happy to see Martin Joroge playing in this Olympiad. Narrowly missed the Olympiad courtesy of me in the last round. So I think it's a feel for what the Olympiad would have been for him as well.
What would you say also about this young player who has come on the team? I'm talking about Robert. I had him being Christian Fisher, Macligeo, and also Aguda Luanga. These young players are in the team. We have Naya Gosrani, and also we have Krishisha. What do you think about the mix of the juniors and the veterans, or let's call them the senior players playing on the same team?
I'm really very impressed about Macligeo's game. Even in the online training session as a build-up to this, he did in some preparatory matches, he was scoring very well. I saw him playing in the final phase of the Olympiad qualifiers. Normally the slot for juniors, I think he put up a very, very good fight. So quite impressive at such an age. I think he's having the right foundation to be able to face us out in the next couple of years. Aguda has been in the scene for some time as well. I think played him in the previous Olympiad qualifiers, and he also against stronger opposition. I think the psychology is just playing at a much higher level than the juniors. Krishisha, my teammate from KCB, I think she's a very, I'm not sure, the first day she finished 3 out of 3. So having a very decent run. So our chess is super solid, and I think those are the guys really going to take Kenya to top 100 in the next couple of years.
Okay, we also have some people making the Olympiad debut, like Glenda Madelta. I mean, you haven't been there yourself. I think you. How does it feel when you're getting on that stage for your first ever game? Albeit this time is online, but I should imagine the emotions are the same. How does it feel as you step out? You know, the weight of the nation is on you. You are carrying the aspiration, and also many Kenyans back home watching you online. Does that play on your psyche?
Yeah. Before I ever went to the Olympiad, someone told me that the Olympiad is sort of a turning point for most chess players. I think the general ambience and environment, most of the people you watch on YouTube screens, you're able to see them live. You may not give a tangible aspect to it, but I think there's some inspiration that you get from being in such pool of players. And I think gives you the desire to even push your games much harder. So I think a chance for someone to go and play in the Olympiad, what it does in the long run, I think it chases a lot of things about your chess psychology. You'll always aspire to want to qualify for the team. And also the environment, just a total immersion in chess circles for 3 weeks, where every language is chess, is just amazing.
Oh, great. Very powerful insight, Ricky. Did it in any way make you feel stronger than you are?
Yeah, you come from Olympiad, regardless of the performance of your game, you feel like you are 100-year stronger. You have more courage to play. I think also you meet tougher opposition, definitely. So when you come and meet Kenyan Patsas, you can always have a lot more confidence that you can punish them.
Ricky, I know I'm one of the guys who has been on the wrong side of your sentence about Kenyan Patsas because we have been playing some matches and you tell me, do you know what it means to be an Olympian? So I really identify with that. Thank you very much, Ricky. We want now to bring on set Chess Kenya's secretary, the veteran John Mukabi, was playing for the country. I think he'll clarify maybe 8 Olympiads and maybe been to 10. So Mukabi, how are you? Can you hear us?
It's finally okay now. It's not breaking.
Can you hear us?
Pardon?
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is John Mukabi, veteran Olympian. Mukabi, maybe for clarification, I've been saying you have been to 8 Olympiads and maybe as a player and 10 of them in general. Can you clarify that?
I've actually been to 9 Olympiads, 7 as a player,
wow,
1 as a coach, and 1 as the HOD, so 9.
Oh, fantastic, fantastic. So we can say you are the most capped Kenyan Olympian, right?
Yes.
And in your escapades at the Olympiad, I remember there's a time I think you played the 5-time world champion former Vichy Anand, right?
Yes, on my first Olympiad, 1988.
1988, where was that?
Pardon?
Where was that?
That was in Thessaloniki, Greece.
How was it playing against Vichy? And maybe I want to bring the point you told me one day you met him several years later. And he could still remember where you went wrong in your game, yet yourself, you had no idea what he was talking about.
Actually, it was not me who met him many years later. I think it's Mehul who was chatting with him, and he asked him about the game, and Vichy could actually remember the game.
That you played against him?
Yes,
and
he could remember it.
Could you remember?
Yeah, I can remember. I can't remember move by move, but I can remember what was happening throughout.
So what does it tell about these top players that they can remember, with all due respect, a Patas game compared to their level, and yet you cannot remember? How does it augur for the capability, their thinking and reasoning?
Actually, one thing to reach it in chess at that top height, memory is definitely one of the ingredients. But of course, it is there are other things involved, like discipline on your training, and to study the right things at the right time. Some people have the talent, but their priorities in studying, you find they mix it up. But definitely, memory is one of the ingredients.
Mukabi,
as I was playing Vichy, can I continue?
Just say what you're saying.
As I was playing Vichy Anand,
yes,
and I realized that with the other grandmasters years later, what surprised me is that it was his turn, and he's not looking at the board. He's actually maybe staring at the ceiling and something. Then I thought maybe he's forgotten that it's his turn. But actually, what he was doing, which I found out it's a routine with many grandmasters, he was trying to remember this position in theory. He has so many lines in theory. Mm-hmm. So he was just trying to figure out maybe the best line. He has seen the line before. I thought maybe I'd taken him out of the Ray Lopez theory. I played a strange Ray Lopez. Look at the game. But actually, he had also seen it. You know, they do their research even before the... So you might think that he's not looking at the board, but they're actually trying to figure out which is the best line in this system. Yeah.
I know there's also a player, Vasily Ivanchuk. He likes walking around looking at the ceiling. And you might think he's not aware
walking
that
in a square.
Yes. So
he walks in a square version.
Can I also do that? I mean, just pretend I'm thinking, but maybe I'll be thinking about the challenges I'm facing in life. Now, Mukabi, maybe quickly tell us about how it has been on the ground, organizing for the teams, facilitating everything, because you are literally there on the ground. Is that the playing venue where you are?
Yes, I've just moved to a different room. Mm-hmm. It's a quieter, but it's the same floor. Mm-hmm. What I would say is that there were challenges on some players are not so used to. Some of them have been playing on chess.com, but it apparently turned out that some of them are not. They were not sure whether they are good with the mouse or whether they're good with the pad. And there were some, like in round one, for example, Mehul, I think, blew a game because his pad slipped. And then also in the round two, the same thing happened. Wow. The internet here has been fluctuating a lot. Mm-hmm. That also led to about 3 games which players just hung, and some of them came back and found they've lost on time. Mm-hmm. The ambience is very good. But today we've stepped up backup 3, and I think we need 2 wins today.
Okay.
But to be very sure, we need 2 wins and another result on the 3rd game. But 3 wins, of course, will be automatic.
So 2 wins over a team or 2 games? 2 wins like
the 3 games we are going to play today.
The 3 matches rather. You need to win 2 matches.
Yes, and 2 of those teams, Hong Kong is number 2, and Chinese Taipei, who we are playing shortly, are number 3.
Yes.
We need to beat at least one of them, mm-hmm. and beat another team. That's Myanmar in the last round. But I think it's a bit risky if we win 2 and maybe lose another one. Mm-hmm. It will depend on other results. We need to win 2 games. And make sure that the 3rd game we get a result as well, a draw or another win. We'll be sure. We still have the fate in our hands.
Okay. Titus, maybe now you can ask them something.
Bwana Mukabi, how are you doing?
I'm okay.
I'm really enticed, and I'm very encouraged listening to your experience of so many years. And it's such an honor to have such experienced players like you in Kenya, because it's this kind of experience that juniors need to look up to. So maybe I just need to ask you a question with regards to Kenya's performance at the moment. If you look at the cross table at the moment, we are lying on 4th place, right?
4th, yeah.
And it seems like the big fish here is Thailand, Hong Kong, and maybe Chinese Taipei. So do you think we stand a chance winning Chinese Taipei at the moment?
I think so far the strongest teams we've met Thailand and Nepal. In fact, Nepal were very lucky that, in my opinion, Nepal were lucky. We had one game which hung, and we were not losing that game, basically. We need to beat at least one of them.
Yeah.
And make sure also we beat Myanmar. But I have a feeling that Hong Kong and Chinese Taipei, we can beat them. We can beat them.
Okay.
It just now depends today on our mental strength and things like that. I think now the players are used to the mouse slips and the pad slips.
True.
I expect some results today from both teams.
Very well. We really hope that Team Kenya does really well in this stage. It's looking a bit tricky at the moment because being fourth place, there's a lot of expectations. Maybe we can talk about maybe some few other African countries on Division 4. What can you say about Uganda?
Uganda
will be
after the first day.
Yes.
After the first day, they had lost all the 3 games on the first day.
Yeah.
Yesterday they stepped up. They came back.
Yes.
They won the 3 games. Although their third game, I don't understand why they won 1-0. Maybe they had technical issues as well.
True. Very.
It shows that they won 1-0. Maybe it has been updated, but a few minutes back I've seen. Uganda looks, their group is a bit tighter because the leaders are having 10 points.
Yeah,
and they have 6.
Yeah.
In our group, Thailand has 12, Hong Kong has 12, we have 8.
Yes.
So Thailand and Hong Kong technically can afford to lose.
Mm-hmm. Actually, yeah.
They can afford to lose, let's say 2 games or 3 and still remain at 12 and qualify.
Very true.
We need to win 3. 2 might just be enough, but it's a bit risky. We need 2 and another result on the third game.
And maybe a draw. Maybe we need 2 wins and a draw.
And a draw, yes. That's the safest.
I think so too. Maybe just to confirm, what advice would you give the juniors? Anyone who's aspiring to become a good chess player out there, someone who's not yet learned the game, what advice would you give them?
Juniors, what they need to learn is to look at classic games of the past, different styles of different players, and to gel them in a way to suit their style. You'll find different players have different styles.
Yes.
For example, if you meet Tal, the late Tal and Nejmedinov, if you give them any middle game position, the first thing they think about is to sacrifice. Which piece can they sacrifice? When you give Petrosian and maybe Karpov the same position, the first thing they do is king safety. So our juniors need to know their style and which players they can look up to emulate those styles. Some of them play like Tal, but maybe they're actually like Petrosian. They don't know themselves.
Actually, you're right. And what challenges do you think online chess is bringing into the chess scene generally? Because I think as much as there's this element of morality, basically, what do you think, apart from maybe internet connectivity, what other challenges do you think chess will get due to this online?
Of course, the element of players maybe using an engine.
Yeah.
For example, in round 1, we drew 3-3 with Brunei Darussalam.
Yes.
Then yesterday, we saw the result has been changed to 4-2. Sasha's loss had been changed to a win. Then when we looked at the statistics,
yes,
the player had like 98% congruency with the softwares.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But the surprising thing is we have not been informed exactly why that result has changed. Normally we would get an email or something.
Yes.
We still don't understand. We've written to them. We're waiting for a response.
Oh, okay.
We don't understand. But when you look at the game, 98% congruency. Maybe their engines detected something.
Yeah, definitely such challenges are yet to expected because not everyone is morally correct. Maybe I can go back to Bwana Ricky Sang.
Maybe Ricky, we just go back to him because the games are starting in a 1 minute time.
The game is just about to
He'll
start.
be taking us through the games today as we hear his understanding of the position.
And Bwana Ricky, definitely you're one player I really respect. I've watched your games and there's so much I think I need to learn from you. Basically, in the openings, in the middle game, your style of play is just amazing. And one thing I'd like to find out is when you guys go out into the Olympiad to represent Kenya, how do you guys prepare for the games?
So a lot of it comes to, I think, how you structure your personal training before the game, before the Olympiad.
Yeah.
So I think purposely probably putting in 2 hours every day.
Yeah.
And I think as Mukabi alluded, you could study so much, but if it is in an unstructured format, then you really don't know what gaps you're addressing. So if you really find a structured training program, an individualized structured training.
True.
Personally, I've been using personal coaches. One is PDM from Zambia
Nice.
in prep towards Olympiad, and I think that's the guy I'm currently using. And then that way you have a certain regime. Olympiad, while in the Olympiad itself now, because we are all together, the captain normally coordinates, and it is more specific preparation for opponents once we know the team we are playing next. So looking at the opening lines.
Yeah.
So much more really sharpening the things that you've done. But yeah, I think to generally improve, you need a decent level of preparation before the tournament.
Awesome.
Are we aware PDM will be joining us later for the second match, actually?
Yeah, you did tell me. He's from the trainings I've had, is studied quite a lot. So most of the lines, he's quite familiar with them. He's quite familiar with a lot of games from that line. So if you see a position, he can tell you it's so similar position in this tournament, in this kind of game. So very, very, very impressed by his knowledge.
Yeah, there's a time we were just going through some games with him, and he told me he could remember most of his games, at what position it was critical and he missed it. He remembers all of them. And I say this is, okay, for lack of a better word, phenomenal. I think the games are on. Ricky can start taking us through the games. I think they've started.
Yeah, so you've started the game, and at the moment, Mehul is playing a gentleman called Raymond Song. He's an IM.
I'm just trying to see how I'll get to the screen. Will you be sharing, or I open from the...
You can go to chess.com and follow
Bim Foreigner.
Bim G Foreigner.
Okay, just give me a second as I go there.
It's all right.
It's all right.
Maybe just to let you know the lineup for Team Kenya today. On board 1, we have Mehul Gohil. On board 2, we have the Martin Jeroge, the one Ricky was talking about, and then the national champion Lucy Wanjiro is playing for us on board 5. Yeah. WCM Lucy Wanjiro, and then you have WCM Jace Nyaruai. Yes. Sorry, Lucy Wanjiro is board 3. WCM Jace Nyaruai is playing on board 4, and then the young Robert Magligeo makes up board 5, and then Krishisha comes up on board 6. So a pretty strong lineup. I mean, it's all the rest that we have anyway.
It's a very good lineup.
So let's see how it turns out. And we pray that it goes well. So which game are we looking at now? Have we put up Ricky's game? Not Ricky's. Look at me. Mehul's game.
Let me. We can start with Mehul's game and see what they played. At the moment, if you look at the board, maybe we can just start from the beginning. Game still looks very early in the opening, and they started with D4, the Queen's opening, and Mehul went for the Queen's gambit. However, Black declined by playing E6. And the game looks very theoretical, nothing spectacular in nature, but the interesting knight A3. This is an interesting move. Definitely, I never saw that coming. In most cases, the knight naturally goes to the square bit, to the square C3. But anyway, let's see Mehul doubling up. Or actually, it's black's. It's actually white. Idea of exchanging the dark squared bishop, and let's see why the IM thinks that maybe he wants to become a holder of a bishop pair. And at the moment, the game is still very young. Nobody can say they have an outright advantage, really.
Yeah.
Balesi. Both light squared bishops fighting for for that light diagonal. But let's see how this one turns out.
By the way, the guy is playing this Raymond song, yeah?
Yes.
His standard rating on the FIDE website is 2484.
Oh, that's really decent.
And is the country's #1 player.
Wow.
So we have the #1 player playing our national champion.
Exactly.
So it's gonna be how will who will this IM? He's beaten a grandmaster before, so I think he believes that being an IM and having played grandmasters is got enough nerve to be able to go through this game and scat. So we pray that he gives us a result, because it will be a big boost to our chances of making it to the next division.
Very true.
Yeah. Any other game that we can look at? Maybe Martin Joroge's game. Let's go board by board. We see how he's going.
We can look for Martin Joroge. Just a moment. Martin Joroge is calling himself the Lion Man.
The Lion Man, yeah, the Lion Man.
True. Just a moment.
What a name, the Lion Man.
Yeah, the Lion Man.
Lion Man, Martin Joroge.
Maybe in the meantime we can be discussing.
Lion Man, they played the English opening. I mean, I'm just seeing from my board here. Martin Joroge.
In the meantime, we can be looking at Nyaroi's game as we get the Lion Man into the screen. And Joyce is playing white in this case against Chi Chen.
Happy Ushindi.
Exactly. Joyce Nyaroi is calling herself Happy Ushindi for those who want to find her on chess.com. And
Ricky, anytime you come back, please just let us know you are back.
So at the moment, if you look at the game, white started, they played, I think, the Indian game. Looks like the London system, actually.
Joyce loves London system. I don't know if Ricky has been an inspiration, but Ricky invested in a big program, tutorials for London system.
Awesome.
He can tell you that. And then he has been saying it all over the place. And I think most of the Kenyans have picked it up, the London system.
I actually know some few players who are picking it up. I know of Martin Joroge also, he's a lover of the London system. Joseph Kirega, my younger brother, is also a very big fan of the London system. It seems to be a very successful line for most players.
Maybe for those who are watching and they don't understand London system, maybe you could take us at the beginning of the game just to show them at what point.
Maybe we can just start the game afresh because I already
just very quickly, yeah.
So the London system is usually d4. Whenever black tried to almost kind of thought they're playing the Queen's Gambit, but whenever you see knight f3 early and then maybe e3, now you can see there's no early c4. Sorry, there's no early c4 by white, and this transposes into the London system.
Maybe you have to excuse me from the set a bit, and then I attend to something.
All right.
We'll be right back with you. Just a slight emergency. One of our commentators has just popped into the studio, and we need to attend to him. So we'll be right back.
Exactly.
So you can go ahead with Ricky.
No problem, no problem.
Okay, it was Nike. I'm following from YouTube, so I cannot juggle between many players. But you are showing Jay's games, right?
Yes, maybe I can send you a link to watch the game.
Okay.
I can send you the link directly. Thanks for those who are watching us live on YouTube. Anyone who may have just joined us, this is the online Olympiad organized by FIDE. And today we are commentating on Division 4, where Kenya is playing in Pool A of that tournament. And definitely a very tense moment for the Kenyans, because only top 3 countries are qualifying into Division 3 of the same event. Therefore, not having being in top 3, currently Kenya is at position 4, at a very big risk of losing out the chance, but we're really hoping that if we win these 3 games remaining, our chances are very high. So at the moment on the board, we are seeing Joyce still looking very okay. Game very drawish, but maybe slightly, very slight advantage. I like her light squared bishops. Her bishop pair. And if you look on the screen, we are joined by none other than Victor Ngani.
Hi everyone, hi Africa, hi world.
Karibu sana Bwana Ngani.
Thank you very much.
It's been such an honor having you. We are really delighted always to see you in the set. A very big chance to have you here. So far we are looking at game this is game 1 for today.
Yeah.
And Joyce is playing Chichen.
All right.
As you can see from our screens, Joyce playing white, very okay position. Nothing really major. I just like her position as white, but I don't think she has really humongous advantage to talk about. Maybe we can look at Mehul. Mehul is playing an IM.
It's a tough day for Kenya, isn't it?
It is a very tough day for Kenya.
And a day when we must really win most of the matches to qualify.
Exactly. Exactly. This is a very sensitive day for us. Mehul looks to be playing very well. He's still holding on to the IM. He seems to have an advantage as black.
Yeah, I'm trying to see why. What is the material count? Material is equal. If we look at the key factors of opposition, remember what we said last week, the day before yesterday actually, which was number 1, you look at piece, the material count, and you can see it's even material at this time.
Yes.
We have a slight imbalance in that white has a bishop pair.
Yes.
Versus 2 very well positioned knights in the center.
Yeah.
And knights do need outposts for them to be able to assert themselves. An outpost is a place where they can sit and they're defended, and it's not easy to chase them away.
Yeah.
At this juncture, of course, black knights can be moved by both e4 and b4, but then the question always arises, how do you allow yourself to move your pawns? And just as I say that, Mehul plays the very nice move a5, which basically temporarily stops the move b4. At some point, of course, as you're highlighting, white can try a3 and b4 to move that knight from that outpost.
Oh yeah, a3.
But if you're not successful in doing that, then for sure, in fact, a3 can be met immediately by the move a4, meaning that b4 will never happen, and that knight on c5 will sit pretty unless exchange say by a knight. I'm seeing a move, for example, knight e1, knight d3, exchanging the knight on c5. But then in that whole setup, as soon as the knight moves away from f3, then of course the long diagonal the bishop on g2 can also be exchanged. So it's a bit of a balanced position. I wouldn't talk about advantage yet, and let's see how it pans out.
Sure. I think at this point, in my opinion, I think after, because it seems white has played rook d1. Mehul has played e5. All right, and I think the pawn was doing a very good job supporting the knight.
Exactly. So it's just what we said earlier, where the support. But I think he's planning to move all the way to e4. I'm wondering whether that
probably
yes. The problem with that move e5 is that it leaves the square f5 open for the knight.
Exactly.
And in fact, as you can see highlighted there, one of the moves is queen g4, meaning that the knight move, knight h4 can follow, and even g5.
In case of e4, actually, the knight can always jump.
Absolutely, but also just create a square for the knight right away.
Exactly.
By vacating the square h4. And then the knight can come to f5. And so it's a bit of some of these strategic decisions we have to be very careful about generally, to see how to give ourselves a chance to compete with the IMs in general. Can you look at another game?
And maybe we can look at another game. We can just look at another game. And let's see what's going on another board. We have Happy Ushindi playing. That is Joyce Nyarwa. You also have Makligeo playing. Maybe we can go to Makligeo. We've not seen his game yet. And Makligeo at this moment is playing black.
Yeah.
Against Ting Hao Wang from Taiwan. Or is it?
Yes, he's playing Ting Hao Wang from Taiwan, and yeah, it doesn't look very good for black, does it?
Doesn't look so good for black, simply because he's just lost a rook.
An exchange?
And the exchange is not so good. Plus those 2 pawns, white has a nasty passed pawn that can be a problem in the future.
Yeah, I sort of feel that maybe there was a slight miss there, because you see the bishop sitting on b4. If you have to play a move such as a3, for example, a3, that bishop, the only hope it has is to exchange itself against the knight. And so one option is to move the knight away, and then
attempt attacking the
exactly. So instead of the move that was played, maybe knight e2 would have been slightly better, preventing the bishop from picking the rook on e1. So dual threat, basically. The dual threat being number 1, picking the rook at the far end, and number 2, attacking the bishop. And both of those moves are kind of complicated, and it's not the easiest thing to deal with. Although I'm imagining maybe after knight e3, e2, maybe there was rook e8 attacking the bishop, and it's not as easy at all, actually.
So I think for now, white can just take back. At this point, I think white should just remove the bishop and play to c6.
Yeah,
is it necessary to capture the...
No, not really, especially because then you have a certain... the moment you move away, that you've captured, especially with the king, then there's always the option of queen a6 check, and I'm not sure where the bishop is going to. Unless bishop goes to b7 right now.
Because I see white has exchanged the bishop, and in my opinion, what I would have done is try maintain this bishop on b7 and try promote this pawn. Because it's a very simple plan.
Very simple plan. How do you stop that?
You can't stop that. Really.
Yeah. So I think Makligeo is not doing too well. We can run on to the next game. Just see here is a little bit of...
let's see how Nyarwa is doing. Nyarwa at this point is playing white. We had highlighted this game at some point, and we can see there's been this g4 move by black.
The initial thing that strikes you is that the pawn structure for white looks absolutely ugly. You have a pawn on h2, h5, e3, e5, and they're all fractured, and all these pawns are in front of the king. That's the first thing that strikes you. And I think in the past it will be an abomination, really, to play like this. But then lately, I think in the computer era, you're seeing a lot less classical rules being followed.
Exactly.
And you'd be surprised to find that the key word now is activity. How active is a piece? Where is it placed? What is it doing? And it's also not a slight issue that the pawn on g4 right now could easily be captured at some point. It's hard to defend. And number 2, both kings are on the same file.
Exactly.
So this is definitely fireworks. Let's see how it goes. It can't be an easy game. Just to see what will happen in the next few.
Just a moment. And we are trying to we are trying to see if we can get Martin Joroge's game.
Even as you look at that, I'm looking at the chart now, and really we've been privileged to have some of the comments by some of Africa's strongest players. I'm looking at FM Dante Books. Welcome, and I'm greatly privileged to be able to read your comment. I'm looking at Ronaldo Paiva on the chat, who's saying it's very nice to see an African broadcast. Certainly, we are happy that you could join us. And just to remind you, we'll keep looking at the chat. So if there's any comment, any ideas, please keep that coming. I think the 2 people you've just mentioned are some of the promising players on the African continent. I think as the world becomes smaller and there's access to chess resources, you'll see more and more African players coming up and begin to challenge really for the very epitome of chess. Thank you, Otieno Wandera, for your comment as well, even as we look at some of the cases.
We are lucky to be joined by Ricky Sang. You may not have been aware. And Ricky Sang has been a veteran in chess. He's been actually with us since we started the show. and of course, is guiding us and letting us know how chess is not for everyone, especially in the world scene.
Yeah.
And maybe Riki-san, just to ask you something with regards to this event, or rather maybe as your experience as a player, which move do you usually prefer as white when you're playing in a competitive tournament? What are your favorite openings?
So of late, I've been as white. I've been playing the London system.
Yes.
I think as Kidul, I used to be an E4 player for quite some time. Last year, I switched to the London system. Now, I'm quite comfortable with that in terms of I've studied it quite in depth.
Yes.
Also trying the exchange variation of Queen's Gambit.
Wow.
Tricky, I'm happy that you're saying that. I'm calling him Tricky by design. It's not by accident. He's Tricky Ricky. That is his real name. Very difficult to beat on the board and very hard to beat. But I'm very happy you're sharing with us your trade secrets.
True.
And so all I have to do now is just study the anti-London system processes. We are well advanced in that. You're not afraid of sharing your secrets online?
No, I think by now everybody knows that I play it whether someone knows or not. And I think that's the advantage. You study the line so much in depth, and the more people prepare against you, the better you become on that line.
Yeah, I remember Grandmaster Maurice Ashley says that, yes, someone can study and prepare for you in your line, but then it's coming into your kitchen. You know exactly where everything is. You know where the fridge is, you know where the cooker is. And so, yes, he may study for that line, but not as well as you do. And actually, I think it's a message to all players out there. The history has been that once people know what you play, you sort of try to switch. In that, you don't become very good at your opening lines. But if you stick to your lines, then you become extremely good at it. And you're looking at someone like Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, the nerd of very few people are there to go on a duel with him on that. Maybe Magnus Carlsen and the rest may try, but the rest of the world, it's sort of almost not something anyone wants to do. Garry Kasparov, even years after retirement, challenging him in Sicilian Nadov is very difficult because the level of theory, the knowledge he has in that area is phenomenal. In fact, he was just commenting yesterday in one of the ongoing online chess matches, and he was giving his tidbits why knight move to d7 was actually a mistake, while in fact what should have been played was knight to c6, followed by d4. This is in the match between Peter Svidler and Magnus Carlsen. Magnus Carlsen versus Peter Svidler, and being an expert in your line is really the direction we should be going towards as chess players.
Very true. I think the more you specify yourself into a specific line and you specialize in it, your success in chess is going to be very high. I think it's not such unless maybe in a very high level in chess, that's when you'd like to try so many lines. But I think one advice I can give to most players who are beginning the game, try and stick to a specific line. Maybe you can try a few just to see where you feel comfortable, and then specialize on one, and then you become a very good master in it. But I don't know, what advice would you give to players who don't know how to respond when they're playing black?
Well,
no,
but
go ahead. No, I was saying on that. Okay, on the point that you say, Titus, yes. I think the point of sticking to a line is you also get very familiar with the typical middle games that arise out of the many situations. So it's not so much even not necessarily getting an advantage out of the opening, but the familiarity with the structures from that position. True. It makes you playing much simpler during the game.
Exactly. Mbengani, what did you want to say about the same fact?
Actually, it's a beauty that now you hear Kenyan players talking about structures, because for the longest time, we've not really thought about the strategic values of a position. And this is what exposure to online chess has brought about. As internet has progressed across Africa, access to internet that's affordable has been available. Then you hear people learning, oh my goodness, actually things like structures exist, things like techniques exist. And I remember a few, just actually last year, a cohort of Scandinavian players sort of looked at the line I was playing against the Scandinavian, and they felt that they have a trap around move 14.
Yes.
But move 14 is a starting position for my analysis. So by the time they make these moves, I think they've tried this online right now a few times, and they've discovered it's not so easy. And I really support what Ricky is saying, and this is a sort of a lesson to all of us out there, that perhaps this is a time for us to stick to a line, pick it up, and be very good at it. And you asked me, what's the advice for those who find it as black? The thing is to study opening lines, because if you learn your opening line, then it's much harder to actually be caught out. And whereas there are many lines you can follow through by first principles, there are certain moves that you pretty much have to have seen to be able to produce them out in a game. I'm giving an example of the topal variation of the Sicilian dragon, where after castle's queenside by white, then of course black takes on d4, and then after that you'll make the move b5. Yeah. Their moves there is a pawn sacrifice on a7, but then also at the same time, one key move is to bring out the bishop from d7 and exchange itself against the bishop on b3 by playing bishop to a4. Now, such an idea, you have to have seen it before. And so preparing your lines and preparing deeply is really important. And so when you talk about preparation, what does that mean? I'm saying, and I'm putting the challenge out there, you cannot say you're good at an opening if by move 15, 18, you're not in theory for most of the lines. Yes, there may be some offbeat line that finds you off book within move 7, but in some of the lines by move 18, 15, you should still be very much in theory.
Thank you very much, Bonangani. That advice is just spot on. We don't want to add anything to that. Thank you very much. Yeah. We finally got Martin Joroge's game. Yeah. He's playing white against Ye Yang Liu. And at the moment, the position looks very good for Martin, by the way. Yeah. I really feel happy as white at this point. I don't know, what do you think? Because I don't actually like the king, where the black's king is. Look at, think of a move like bishop times b7. Of course, the light squared bishop can take a free pawn on the b7 square. And then after taking the pawn, look at how
it's a straightforward match.
Yeah.
Just matches. And in fact, right now, that's a really good move, because after the first move after bishop takes b7 will be rook either to a7 or
to b8.
Yeah. But then on b8, then after the move c6, the next move is a fork and a queen. So
it's really, the position for white is just splendid.
Really good.
Very good for white.
And then is he a pawn up?
He's actually a pawn up.
He's a pawn up, and also look at that king. That king looks as if it's looking for air that he'll never find.
Yeah.
And of course, there's always still the pawn hanging on a6. I'm expecting. I was expecting black to play rook to a7, simply not to let go of the.
I think Martin Joroge rushed that move. I think
no, but actually a very nice trap he's setting. He wants to pick on e6 and then play rook to g4. It's a very simple trap he's making.
Oh, he wants to pick on c6.
C6, yes, and then rook takes c6 and then rook g4. It's a very simple move. Again, look at the king and the queen sitting on the same line, and that's just 1-0. That was where the mistake was. Okay, because he didn't see two pieces for a rook. After a queen, two rooks for a queen. But still, he's still
winning. This pawn is just a monster. I think the reason he's still very good in this position is the pawn on c5 is just more than an asset. And considering he also had other passed pawns on the h file.
I think the position looks, the guys decided to sacrifice the queen. The position looks very, very good for Martin.
And this brings me to a certain debate I usually like, even when I'm training my students, between a queen and two rooks. Ngani, where is your favorite side?
Well, incidentally, everything now depends on the position. Everything, absolutely. And there are situations where the queen is just a monster, and there are positions where rook is a monster. But if you spoke about numerical advantage, then of course two rooks generally should be better than a queen.
Yes.
And that's the understanding. But then it's not always that easy.
Exactly. I think that the key word here is positional. How is the position?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And I think Ricky-san, you were saying something?
No, I think it was just before the guy traded off the queen for the two rooks.
Yeah.
But even this position, I think, looks very good for Martin. If he's able to create the two pass pawns on the queen side, a4, b5,
Yeah.
then it should be definitely winning for him. And I think for the guy to hold, the rooks really must coordinate pretty well. So far, they're not yet coordinated.
Very true. Actually, black has a very big problem because Martin can even go for a simple plan of just trying to cancel out the pawn on the a file and just see if he can start pushing the two pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, I think the only challenge here is that White finds that he is forced to exchange the queen, the bishops.
Yeah.
And probably that's not a bad deal, a bad idea.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, because with the double, the passed pawns, connected passed pawns on b5 and c5, I think there's basically no stopping that. Ordinarily, the two pawns are already stronger than a rook, and you have a queen to support him. So I think you should just play queen c2, bishop.
Just play queen c2, and then in case of
bishop g5, just
exchange the bishops.
Just exchange
the bishops.
That's, and I think it's just 1-0 from there.
Wow, this is hope.
What's the time situation? I think.
Also, time is a factor at this moment. I think also the opponent playing Martin is having time trouble.
He's in down to a minute.
Yeah.
I think he would have Martin should just go ahead and take his time, figure out what he needs to do. I think as soon as he sees the move, and he didn't play it, but as soon as you'd have seen the move.
So queen c1 is just fine because d3 cannot be played immediately.
Well, yes, the only issue is the now again e5, king e5. I think he's moving the king a bit. That's actually a very bad move. I think so because you can just push the pawn. I think
it's time to play c6.
Yeah, if you play c6 because the c6 is just a threat. You want to play queen c5 and pick the rook that is
just
hanging
play
on.
Queen c6 and then also threaten exactly. I think c6 was just fine.
C6 was fine.
It was just fine.
And right now, I'm not sure what the plan is. Maybe, yeah, moving your pawns too far ahead with a queen hanging on the board is just a bad idea. Your king is in the center. It's a bit tricky.
Yeah.
Let's see what's going to happen.
So I think the idea for Martin is to play queen f4.
Queen f4, exactly.
Try bring the queen into the action. I think that's the queen was a bit held up. On the back rank. Now it's time to relieve the power of the queen. Try bring it into squares where now it's having some good checks and attacks.
Yes.
Maybe we can check out Vulcan O. There's a player.
Lucy 1-0.
Yes, Lucy 1-0 playing black, and the position looks as if I don't like where the black king is.
The black king is completely
the
offside.
Black king is off the show, and maybe that's why white is slightly okay.
Yeah. Oh, this
looks nasty.
This looks nasty. Let's see.
Maybe e5.
E5 is forced, I think. I don't think is there an alternative?
Or maybe bishop d6 was playable. Bishop d6 was also playable.
I was trying to figure out where that would be.
But actually, I think it's okay. And then now, white cannot have it's starting to look like. But
yeah, but how you defend, the difference remains how you defend the pawn on d5, and that's really where part of the problem lies, because you have a dark squared bishop, and this is one of the reasons why this explains why sometimes you say a knight is better than a bishop when they plays on one side of the board, because the bishop can only defend one set of colors.
Exactly.
And the knight can only defend, can go to both sets of colors.
Exactly.
So you already have a fixed pawn on d5.
Yeah.
And just very simple technique by Lucy's opponent. And it's not the easiest thing. In fact, right now, I'm a bit worried about the possibility of g5. Then if you play g5, that pawn will also require the knight to defend.
I think
so it will be drawn, I think. This will be a draw. I think
it could be draw if it really depends with how black manages to sneak his king back into action.
Yeah, she really needs to bring the king back, because without bringing the king back, it's a bit complicated.
Yeah. The position becomes very hard. Maybe he can try exchange this pawn.
Yeah, I think that needs to
Has bishop f6 been played? I thought bishop d6 was better. Because the guy now gets knight c7 and you cannot defend the d5
so
pawn.
Yeah, I agree with Ricky. At this point, bishop d6 looked like
Yeah, so he loses the d5 pawn now.
Yeah, he would have lost the d5 pawn. At some point, bishop d6 looked decent.
I think the main thing is to bring back.
So instead of playing bishop f6, yeah, I agree with Ricky. Bishop c6 was better.
Yeah.
At this point.
So there are two plans. The first
so
thing
that the knight does not get the c7 square attacking this pawn.
Yeah, no. E5 was E5 was fine.
There's not this move.
Yeah, but it's not so easy, because immediately after picks, I think the knight could have gone to f4, with the king going to d3, and now if the bishop picks, then of course.
Let me see your line. So you're saying
after bishop picks, bishop d6.
So bishop d6,
No, sorry, knight. What did we do? Knight e6 was the move. After picks, knight e6.
Yeah, knight e6 was played.
Knight e6, and then bishop d6.
Yeah.
So I'm saying in this position, you actually can pick.
Pick the pawn.
Pick the pawn, yes. Bishop picks, and then move your king to d3. And then now the knight is coming to f4 next.
F4.
Yeah, the knight is coming to f4. And if you pick, then I have an outside pass.
So in this case, maybe best move for king b4, because you need your king in
yes, okay.
action.
So then now knight, play the knight.
Knight f4.
Knight f4. Okay, but this is
then I think in this case I just exchange the knight. If you take
no, but you pick with a check first.
I pick
and then king b4. Yeah, so yeah, then black. Oh, you're saying.
Yeah, now you have an outside passer. Really, I don't know that it's fast enough.
I doubt.
Okay, pick. Yeah, so you now have an outside passer, but I think.
Does it work?
Well, I think after. What's the answer? You can catch it.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, you can catch it.
Yeah, you can catch it. Okay, that's the only problem. But it's not the easiest pawn to catch. I have a feeling it's drawn, but the draw is very. Maybe you should show the whole line. I was just calculating it a little bit in my head. It seems as if the only.
We were actually seeing a draw. Maybe let me just show our viewers what exactly we were seeing.
No, it's actually not a draw. You push and then you just slide the G pawn.
Yeah, you leave the D pawn and it's drawn.
You leave the F pawn.
Or you don't capture.
You don't capture.
It's still within the square. I think maybe you can show what the square means.
Maybe we can just try go back into that square. So this is the current position at the moment. It looks drawish.
Yes, it does, because immediately there are two possibilities here for white. The first one is to see if you can come round and pick the G pawn with the king. That's very hard because a very long distance away.
Yeah, it's quite
and then
far.
sacrifice your
bishop for the pawn.
Bishop. Oh, but the king is too far away, and I think this is just a lesson.
Oh, white is winning here. You see, the problem is
the king is offside.
The king is lacking opposition.
Yeah, the king is offside. That's a problem.
Yeah.
All right. Looks bad. Let's see. If black would somehow get the king to pick the pawn on g4, then you sacrifice your bishop for the next pawn is.
Wow. Maybe I can just update our viewers and anyone who's watching. We've been having some results already. Not so good looking. McLeod has just lost. His position was not so good.
Looked bad.
Yeah, it looked bad.
Yeah.
Maybe I can just show guys how the position looks like. That's McLeod's position. This pawn was promoting with a mate.
I'm seeing, even as we get back just to comment on Vincent Gisho, he was saying that d times e5, b times e5, knight to f4 was good. Yeah. And then that seemed much better. And chess art saying knight f5 is better than knight f4. And actually could have a point. Yes, you're saying?
Yeah. McLeod has lost. Also, Joyce Nyarwai unfortunately fell.
Oh. What happened?
She fell in this position. Maybe we can just go
Let's
through
see
her
what
game.
happened, because this was generally much better.
Yeah,
Despite the structure was poor, but her position was better.
This was the London system. Ricky's favorite line.
Yes.
Yeah. And so far things were just looking fine.
Maybe we can pause a little bit. You see this structure where most of black pawns are sitting on the first two ranks.
Yes.
The second and third rank, the hedgehog systems.
Yes.
And they become very popular lately.
It is it's actually becoming a modern line.
Yes,
you know?
and I think partly due to the work of our world champion Magnus Carlsen. He plays anything.
Yeah.
I mean, yesterday, he plays absolutely anything. And it's very hard to break. You have to be very patient and be very clear about what you're going to do. So there is, our work is cut out here. Figure out what to do against hedgehog systems.
True.
The idea is that black should end up being passive.
And it gives white an illusional impression that he's controlling the center.
Exactly.
And that's the thing. Look at this light squared bishop, very promising. The center is still open. You might think black is controlling nothing, but look at this knight. Black is fine.
A bit cramped, but well.
Usually the problem is usually with one bishop is in these hedgehog systems. One bishop is usually kind of inactive.
Yes.
Yeah.
And in this case, that's the bishop sitting on e7. So let's say it went.
Then e4, and Joyce decided to break that center. Of course, the knight attacking the bishop, maybe, or maybe capture.
Yeah, capture looks good.
But now the problem, the knight gets tempo.
Yeah. Positioning is all right. So maybe you have to.
So maybe just g5, g3, just take your bishop back
to g3. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, is that what she did?
I hope so. Oh, she went to the wrong diagonal. This contributed to her losing the initiative she started with.
Yeah.
And after exchanges, CD, D.
Suddenly, that imposing center doesn't look as imposing anymore, does it?
Exactly. Now, all of a sudden, the position has opened up, and black is just fine. The only problem is this knight.
Yes. How do you? Because I'm seeing g4.
And I know what's wrong with g4.
It's a white stand. That's what's wrong with g4.
Yeah.
It's black stand. Sorry, black.
It's actually black stand. Yeah. So black plays bishop out.
All right.
And I think you just play. You can actually play bishop e4.
So g4 now. What happens? g4 now.
What happens after g4? You
no, isn't it black stand immediately?
Yeah,
white has just captured it.
So g4.
Actually, maybe that's what happened. Yes.
That's what happened.
I suspect. Okay, that explains it. So I think maybe that's what must have happened. Let's just see. Yeah, g4.
G4.
Bishop takes, breaking the structure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The compensation is bishop to d3. The attack on the bishop on d3.
Yes, but the knight still has no escape. So I think bishop e2 probably would be a good move. Yes,
and that's what she did.
Okay.
Black very aggressive, and I think this is where we actually found this position at some point.
Yes. Yeah, this is exactly what we found.
g4 was played.
I'm assuming knight d4, yes, looks fine, and that pawn is hanging.
Yeah, and now came the mighty queen with the bishop coordinating on that.
So in that case, with the queen d5, maybe knight e4 was a mistake.
I think this is where you have to give back the piece.
You have to give back the piece, yes.
And you
actually, you don't give back the piece.
No, you have to play
knight e3, which the piece can't be taken because it can't be taken.
I think you have to play knight.
You have to.
You have to. Which knight do we put?
The knight on. The d2.
Exactly. The d2 knight we put it here. I don't know if she did
mandatory.
Well, let's see what she did. She played bishop instead. Okay,
that's a problem. Yeah, that's
where things started falling apart.
Because now that bishop on b7 survives, and you have light squared weaknesses around your king. Yes. So the correct move actually was to just play knight to e3, f3, and perhaps, okay, that's terrible.
Now, okay, the rook is coming,
and the king will not have safety. I think this doesn't look good.
This doesn't look good at all.
So that's where the mistake was.
Then that trying to run to h2.
No.
Oh, she played e4.
Yeah, that sort of tries to close, but then you still can't defend. Or maybe you. Wow.
And now she has some really nice tactic attacking h6.
All right.
She tried though. Now I think
Okay,
the
queen
position
f4.
has evened out. She has something.
I'm imagining queen f4.
Because queen
Is that
f4.
what she played?
I
F4?
hope so. I hope so.
Queen f4.
She played queen c7.
Ah.
I think this is where she went wrong.
Yeah.
Queen
yeah.
f4 is just very good, and then you
Queen f4 is, I mean,
and then bring the rook on c1 to c1 and just have control on
and
it.
this is just that the decision between queen c7 and queen f4
Has locked out the
yes, and it's a good lesson. Let's pause here for a moment and see what's the key difference. Number one, talk about centralizing your pieces. If you don't have a plan, move your pieces towards the center and
Exactly.
keep them there. Number two, what is the center of action in this game? You can see both kings look very windy.
Exactly.
And suddenly, if say for example black tries to move the rook out to the g file, then at the same time you can bring the pawn on f7 is going to be hanging, and number two, the queen can easily defend on this side. The center pawns both on e4 and f4 need to be defended, but the theme here will be attacks on the weak kings.
Exactly.
So moving your king to c7 basically now has your queen locked out. It can't come back because the pawn on e5 is blocking you.
Exactly.
You are not doing anything to the pawn on e4, and that's just a move that's losing the game right there. So I think queen to c7.
Maybe her idea was not really practical. Maybe her idea was to play queen c7. Then maybe after knight c5, she was maybe intending to sack her knight here. So maybe let me just try and see. Maybe that was what, but it doesn't really work.
Actually, it does work. Does it seems to work?
It seems to be working.
Just
and then after you capture, bishop, queen takes bishop.
Yeah, but if you don't capture, if you play rook to c8, I think there's a check. There's an interesting.
So immediately after this, you can actually play rook.
Rook to c8,
and then queen.
Yeah.
Queen e7, and white is actually fine, because now you actually. In fact, I would have taken this pawn. It's
yeah,
check.
take the pawn. Take the pawn.
So
take the other rook. Rook on a to. What happens there?
Maybe this now.
Yeah, so this is a bit not so.
It wasn't as bad, but that is assumption that black responds to knight c5. But
yeah, but queen is f4 is just a good move. All right. So what happens? What happened?
So after this, she played there.
Oh. And she played.
Why not picking on f7? Why are you stopping at e7?
Let's see exactly what happened in the real game. That was move. Was it move 24?
Queen c1, yeah.
So this is where she played
king h7, queen c7.
Yeah.
Knight c5.
She actually played knight c5.
Yeah, knight c5, knight times e6.
And she sacked just like I did.
Knight times e6. And then picks, but then the queen is still offside. That's
exactly what she did.
That's really the problem.
And now queen came with check.
And now she missed that.
This is where she missed.
Yeah, she missed the check. And okay,
this is where she missed the check. So after this check,
you probably have to go to f1.
You have to go to f1.
Yeah.
You're forced to go to f1.
Yes, you have to go to f1. And now you can see the pain of having your queen out of
play.
And even then, black is still better.
Clearly.
You know, simply for one reason only. The queen, you have a queen, but that queen is sitting on no man's land in a desert, somewhere on b7, where there's absolutely nothing. In fact, you can be led to have the a7 pawn and you still lose. So it's a really big lesson.
Be a very hard. Also, Mehul lost against the IM.
Can we have a look?
Maybe we can just have a look at what happened. And
they move 17. I think they are still doing fine.
Yeah, maybe we can just start from move 17 where we left off.
Yeah, I think what we're saying, I think we'll find the square. The move e5 must have contributed to the loss. Let's see what happened. We are saying, talking about that square.
So Mehul played e5. I think this should have contributed a lot to what we saw. Let's see. So bishop to
e1.
To e1. Rook c7. Maybe with ideas of trying and doubling up the rooks on either one of the first. Maybe he was planning to do the file, have like a rook gun on that. Let's see. So I think he wanted to do it on the d file. Bishop h3.
Yeah, and suddenly, for instance, already you can already see the impact of having moved the e pawn. Now that if the pawn was still on e6,
I think at this point Mehul may have missed a tactic. What's wrong with knight to f4?
Oh, that's actually.
It's a very interesting move. Of course, I'm threatening to hit on e2. Of course, you're threatening my rook.
Yeah, yeah. Which you can pick, but then knight picks on
In
e2.
fact, after this tactic, black
is winning.
Is actually winning.
Yeah, black is winning. That's a nice find.
Yeah. And then maybe and notice after this check, your light squared bishop becomes a monster.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because the I mean, you're killing the defender of the f3 knight.
Exactly.
Oh, that's actually such a nice find.
Let's see. So let's say after bishop h4. Let's go back.
What did Mehul play? He'll probably be kicking himself. Rook to d6.
He must be very. So let's.
Wow.
Let's
against an IM Bedmund song.
So he played rook d6.
Oh, I think that's painful.
And I think that's now where.
Puzzle rush, guys. Play puzzle rush.
In fact, I think we should do it today.
Play puzzle rush, because that's like a simple to move tactic. I'm surprised both IM and Mehul are missing. The IM is an IM, of course. Mehul is a really strong player.
He is, and he's actually
and he's still fine, even in this situation where
he's actually fine. It's not yet lost.
Where did he must have been a tactical blunder, I'm suspecting. Okay, and he's played really well.
Actually, black is okay here.
Yeah, black looks fine. The only thing long term is I don't like that white has a bishop pair.
Yeah,
so there has to be
not
some
liking that those rook lifts are now becoming a problem, because now this pawn is this knight is becoming pinned, considering it's protected by the bishop.
Absolutely, and that's already a problem, isn't it?
Yeah, this rook is becoming too strong. The queen and the king are also on the 7th rank on this. I mean, it's not looking as good.
All right.
Mehul went back again, pinning the knight.
Let's see, just in case there are more comments on chat.
Exchange.
Yeah, I think at this stage now already we can begin to see some problems.
Yeah. No.
Wait, are we 2 pieces for a rook? How did that happen?
Why did Mehul ignore this check?
But 2 pieces for a rook already, that's quite a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's already mate, you can see. How did he give up 2 pieces for a rook? You know, I'm trying to understand this. Why would you do that?
So at this, let's see. It was actually at this point where Mehul decided to go for this and hang the knight.
Okay. All right, go ahead. Yeah, so this is actually good for. Actually, it's Mehul who's better.
Yeah.
No. It's the Mehul is playing black. So yeah, I think he just missed that simple tactic. So it's I think there's this guy called Robert Hess.
Yes.
No, Danny Wrench, who's I think the founder of chess.com. That's what I think.
Yeah,
and we tell you puzzle rush, guys, puzzle rush, because
after this guy it's mate.
It's mate, yeah. You can just resign here.
And then queen comes and does the job on f8.
You can just resign. That's
just resign.
Just resign. But he had 5 seconds. I see on this clock.
Luckily, Martin Joroge won.
Strong player.
Yes, I think we did see the queen outmuscle the 2 rooks. Of course, c6 was played finally.
Yeah.
I think this was really expected.
Can you see how it went?
I think we just go back to this position, and at this position,
queen f4 as expected.
Yeah.
Attacking the rook, and then skewer.
Yeah, the skewer.
Free rook sitting
on this d8. Yeah.
That's just resigns.
Yeah.
Well done, Martin.
Well done, Martin. That was really good. Lucy Wanjiru finally also lost, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think the king was again far off. I think in 2 games we've seen the impact of taking your pieces offside.
Yeah. This king opposition was just immense. There was no way this black king was coming to help stop the G pawn from promoting.
Okay, I can see Tricky is still with us.
Yeah, he's still with us.
Yeah. No, I think the results, it puts pressure on the next two games.
Yeah. This becomes a very hard day for Kenya. So the score is 5-1, with Kenya having the 1 point. We can see Thailand doing very well. They actually whitewashed Maldives 6-0. Hong Kong beat Nepal 4-2. Myanmar with 5.5 against Bahrain, who just got a draw.
I have a lot of pain remembering our game against Maldives.
Yeah.
The Olympiads, because yesterday we won. But I remember in the chess Olympiad we were playing Maldives. I was playing Mohammed Shua, I think the last round.
Okay.
It was a masterpiece really, but I hadn't slept. I'd been preparing the whole night, working on the dragon and everything else.
All right.
And I began to see my own things. I hallucinated just one move instead of playing rook to. You can look at the game as a really nice game.
All right.
And had I won that game, I would have gotten a CM title in the Olympiad. That's number one. And number two, Kenya would have finished a cup maybe like 15 places higher, because we have won the match and do so much point. But then I just miscalculated and played a mad move.
I know the feeling, and usually maybe for players chess players maybe who are starting up and have not played classical matches, the games can be very tiresome, especially even in the Olympiad, where you've prepared and now the match day you've played several rounds, and so much calculation sometimes might lead to no calculation.
Yeah, it's just that the program was very intense, and we are keen to do well. So what we'll do is we would play the game until around 7 p.m. in the night.
Yeah.
Then the pairing will come at around 10.
Yes.
You spend from 10 to around 1 in the morning.
Yes.
Preparing for 3 potential candidates, opponents.
Yes.
Then the following morning at around 9 or 10, the board pairing comes out. Then now you prepare for another 4-5 hours. And by the time you're going to the playing hall,
yes,
you've been working on chess for almost 8 continuous hours.
And
I think that was a mistake due to inexperience, because then by the time you get to the board, you're already tired. So you begin to see ghosts. But if you look at the game, for example, I think move 1 to, by the time there's a nice sacrifice on F5.
Yeah.
It's
yeah, it's something that you really. It's regrettable usually when you lose a position you thought you were really winning. Yeah. Anyway, guys, we'd like to take a short break as we wait for round 2 of day 3. Thank you very much. Ricky Sang will be back, guys. If you've not subscribed to the channel, kindly do so. And if you're there wondering what's going on, you can leave a comment. We can answer any question you have about chess. We have Dr. Ngani here. I'm actually surrounded by a lot of chess talent. Thank you guys, and just give us a few minutes. I will be back with a continuation of the commentary of Division 4 of the online Olympiad. Thank you.
right. Welcome back to our live broadcast. It's unfortunate that we just lost to Chinese Taipei 5-1. And now we put ourselves in a very precarious position. We were hoping to get a good result there, then the last two games, at least to get a draw and a win. But now we are against the formidable team from Hong Kong. And Kenya has fielded Jackson Kamau on board one, making his first appearance on the team for this online Olympiad. Board two, we have Martin Njoroge, who apparently got the only result for Kenya against the Chinese Taipei team. But Delta Glenda comes back to the fold on board three. And then we have got Sasha Mongeli playing on board 4. Aguda comes back on board 5 and completing the lineup. Naya Gosrani on board 6. And against the Hong Kong guys, we hope that things go on well for us. Victor, maybe you can tell us about the game of Jackson Kamau. How is it going so far?
It's move number 12, and already Jackson is completely winning. He's winning a piece. I don't know if it's progressed a little bit. Yes, it has. Yes, at that stage, then a piece sitting on... E7 is actually pinned, and it's just going to be picked immediately. It looks like black can play knight back to c6, but that's an actual mistake, because if knight c6, the knight sitting on d4 to defend. Okay, so we're having the knight on if the knight goes back to c6, then immediately knight plays to f6 check. D5 knight goes to knight f6 check. And how do you stop mate there? Because if you pick, bishop picks, and you still have mate sitting on the f7 square. So this
you land the queen on h6.
Exactly, and this is the queen is coming to h6, and this is just going to be mate. And so I think this is basically one. I don't think Kamau will let this go, and that's a very nice bounce back.
I think Kamau is upset at what has been seen happening off the board, and now he has come with a vengeance.
Yes.
This is promising. At least Hong Kong guys is a very strong team, so if we can actually get a result, even a draw, but we need a win. It will be a big boost for us.
We need actually
Kenya
to win both matches now for us to have a chance.
Actually, it's such a very hard day for Kenya. This is, I think, the first time I'm seeing Jackson Kamau play on this online Olympiad. He's actually playing on board 1. Let's see if this is some good luck for Kenya. He seems to be doing very well on the board. The position for black looks irredeemable at this point. Yeah, maybe we can check.
Where's Ricky? Ricky, can you join us via Zoom? Ricky-san?
Yes, I can hear Kidula.
What's your teammate Jackson? The Jacko has come with a vengeance. What do you have to say about that? You have been playing with him at KCB and you know him better. What is his feeling right now as he comes into this game?
They say there's nothing as dangerous as a man who has nothing to lose. so Jackson's play is always, sometimes it doesn't look thematic, but he gets very interesting positions. I think he is having a very good position with the knight f6 ideas.
I think he won because black seems to have resigned. And seems like a very good time for us to go and check out.
Maybe what you need to know about this player is only 14 years of age, the one Jackson was playing. And he's the national number 2 with a standard rating of 21.38. So he's not really a weak player as such. He participated in the World Youth Chess Championship under 8, where he finished in 4th position. So he's got some credentials.
World
Youth Chess Championship. He's got some credentials. So he's a good player. He's a CM, but Jackson obviously is not a respecter of persons in this time when the national duty calls.
This was a Grand Prix, Sicilian Grand Prix attack, and I think it's just an opening disaster for the young Hong Kong player. I think he may not have seen or prepared for that particular line. There's a standard sacrifice on f5 where you push the pawn to f5, and maybe you can look at it later.
Yes.
And I think if you're not prepared for that, you can really land yourself into trouble. And Jackson will not forgive you for that kind of a mistake. I think the young man has a great future ahead of him. Just those accolades already are fantastic.
Absolutely. At this age, I mean, that is impressive. So which game did you want us to look at?
At the moment on
I'm seeing we have the bright young man from Zambia.
Oh, it's Prince Mlenga. Has he joined us? Prince?
Yeah, he's on Zoom.
Hey, Prince, how are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
Our viewers, that is none other than FM Prince Daniel Mlenga from Zambia. very flamboyant young man on the board and off the board naturally. And we really respect you in Africa. We are so honored and privileged that you could join us on our meeting today. How have you been watching these games, Prince?
Well, first and foremost, how are you, Mr. Ricky? How are you, Chess Kenya? Mr. Kidula. I don't know the other man.
He's Dr. Victor Ngani. He was in the Olympiad in 2018.
Yeah,
you should know people.
He's the one who escaped his draws in Batum.
Exactly. When you're beating guys, he's the one who beat you.
No, he didn't beat me. He drew.
Okay.
We drew 2 games, and Prince was very magnanimous because I was winning on the board but losing on time. And he said, my brother, you'll never win on time, and I'll not win on the board. So can we agree on a draw both games? Thank you, Prince.
Yeah, I was actually being a gentleman, But the consolation was that I beat the Sengwanyes and the Harunas and the Maganas of this world.
Yeah. So Prince, I think before we get to the chess matters, that jersey you're wearing, which team is
Juventus.
that?
Juventus.
You thought it's Chelsea.
You thought it was Chelsea.
No.
You're forgiven. You're forgiven.
No.
Okay, now we can talk. If it was Chelsea, we'd have a very difficult conversation.
Okay, how is it going? I can't see the board. Is there anyone who to help me see the positions?
Oh, yeah, maybe Titus is asked to log to chess.com and see the board or something.
In a few minutes, I'll make you see the board.
He'll make you see the board, just a moment. But
okay.
Prince...
Yeah, but Prince, even as he sets for you the board so you're able to see it, maybe just a quick one. Your experience as a chess player, you're pretty strong. You have the natural gift for it. You've put in some work. But there's been sort of a ceiling for African chess players. What is this ceiling? What stops you from being a grandmaster? Because the truth is you'd be GM potential. What has stopped you from making that progress?
Well, when you say what has stopped you, that's a wrong question. You can say what has delayed you, not stopped. There's a difference between stopping and delaying,
Yeah.
Okay, so the thing is, to become a grandmaster, you need to understand what it means to become a grandmaster, or what it takes to become a grandmaster. And just a quick one, I'll give you statistics. As a professional, it's my duty to know the background of chess titles. For instance, right now in the world, as of 2nd August 2020, the world has around 1,850 chess grandmasters. So out of that number, only 4 are blacks, That's Jim Maurice Ashley from USA, obviously from the Caribbeans, Jamaica. You have got GM Pontus Carlson from Sweden, and then you've got GM Amon Sumtoe from Zambia, and GM Kenneth Solomon from South Africa.
Yeah.
So 4 out of, doctor, I don't know if you have, I'm sure as a doctor you have some basic knowledge of mathematics. Rick is an electrical engineer, so he should understand better. 4 out of 1,850. What's the percentage, Mr. Ricky? That's 0.00000, and the zeros will never end, So the point is, first and foremost, Africa has talent. Even the grandmasters will tell you, talent is universal, but opportunities are not.
Yes.
You get it? Talent is universal, but opportunities are not. So Africa has vast talent. This we can't deny. Africa has vast talent. But then, to become a grandmaster, you need to dedicate almost an entire of your early life. You have to start early. Probably the average age right now is 5 years, and try to become a grandmaster before 16 years. Now, at 5 years, I don't even think the local GM can remember what he was doing or what game he was playing.
I can't, honestly, I can't.
You see, so. And then there is now the financial decision which every other chess player has to make. For instance, Dr. Ngani, your parents forced you, or rather helped you ensure that you focus on school, become a doctor, and start a family, marry. Maybe if you have a lot of money, get a very brand new car. But if you are like some of us, you get a second-hand Japan used car from B forward. And then wait for retirement, So it's also a financial decision, more or less. What path do you want to take? what's the financial benefit of playing chess to get a GM title? And also, do you have sponsorship for it? To become a grandmaster, you have to play against grandmasters. Now, in Africa, grandmasters are only found in North Africa. And most of them, they don't even play. There are no grandmaster norms in Africa, meaning you have to travel to UAE, you have to travel to Asia, you have to travel to the Americas, you have to travel to Europe.
Yeah.
An average tournament, an average GM norm tournament, an open international tournament, the average amount of money you need to have is $2,000 US. That's flights, accommodation, entries. Average, it's $2,000 US. Now ask yourself, how many African players are that stable to find $2,000 US for a single tournament?
True.
You know, so for me, it's more of the finances and than the talents. And again, the finances also caters for coaching. To be very honest, there's only so much you can do on your own as a player. For instance, I know I can easily get to 24, maybe 2440, 2450 on my own. I know I can get to that without a coach. But beyond that, it's very, very tough. Even maybe 2430 somewhere there. Beyond that, I need specialized training. To beat grandmasters, you need some specialized training. You know, it's very different from beating the Njeronjes and the which one is that? the Gilruth, the Peter Gilruth of Kenya, you know. It's very, very different. Yeah, but you know, I really have a soft spot for Kenyan chess players. I really have a soft spot. Even when I meet them on Lichess or chess.com, I try to be very merciful. Because of Mr. Ricky.
PDM, just hold on to that thought, and you better be practicing, because in a very short time, you'll not be having that smell on your face. I think a lot of people are planning for you.
I know.
Yeah, but you said something very important, and it's important for us to share with our parents and those who could have children who are talented in chess. And you remember, at the age of 6 years, if you are caught playing a board game, you can expect a serious whooping. You know, and
of course.
To have someone support you and just have you spend maybe 6 or 7 hours is not historically okay. But times are changing. Let's see what Africa can do. PDM, hold on to the thought. Maybe we can look at a few games, see where we are now, and then we can just revisit. Just hold on, PDM. We'll get back to you in a short while, just as we look at some of the games to just assess progress.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Maybe we can just see what is happening on the board.
Yeah. Lion Man, I don't know, that's
Martin
Njoroge.
Lion Man, yeah.
And I'm looking at his position right now. Have you got it on the board?
I can't see it.
Yeah, it doesn't look, what do you think? It doesn't look very good. I think he's...
I can't see it. Can someone share the screen with me, please?
You can't see it, or you can see it?
Wow, I can't see it. I can't.
He's a piece down. He's a piece down, actually. A queen down, actually queen for one piece. So basically, this is essentially lost.
Oh, I can see now.
Yeah, and momentarily he's going to have... this is completely lost. Have you found it?
And this guy is the number 8 in Hong Kong. I can imagine, he came third in the Hong Kong Chess Championship in 2020.
How did they reach this position?
Let's get back to see how we reached this position.
How did we reach this position?
There we are. You can see that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. The Alekhine.
Oh, yeah.
Playing the Alekhine defense.
I wish we had a chance to discuss this, and maybe at some point I feel the Alekhine have really prepared quite a bit against this, and there are a number of Kenyans who played, and I feel that I'm chasing people away from playing E4 knight F6, though the world champion does play it, and there are serious lines.
Yeah, but no, wait. Bring a bit back. Again back. Before E5. Again back. Yeah, here black is fine. Why is black? No, after D3. After D3 here.
Yeah.
After D3.
After G3.
Play the move D3. No, D3. Sorry, D3. After white played the move G3. Sorry, not G3. David 3.
D for dog.
David 3. Yeah, D3. Yeah. D3, yeah. After this move, black is very fine. Why is he playing E5? Why was he playing E5?
Yeah, it's quite an
why is he playing E5?
What would you recommend?
Maybe you need to explain to us why E5 is wrong. I think maybe someone might think I'm gaining space.
Maybe
F5. No. E5 is very wrong for many reasons. Firstly, it gives targets for the bishop. That is on F7. G5 is potentially very, very weak. Knight G5 or bishop G5 can actually go there. And then you shut down your dark squared bishop on G7 for a very long time, because there is no way you can do even the E5 F5 break is not possible because of the really many threats on the A2 G8 diagonal, you know. So that's why after E5, bishop G5 was very key, you know. And then your dark squares generally have become weak. Your dark squares generally have become weak after E5. Your dark squares have really become weak after E5. Can we? Yeah. So that's why after E5, let's go G3 E5. Yeah. Why can't this person? Oh wow, you're going to the final position.
Yeah. Let's just go to. That was, I think, move now.
Prince, you see, maybe one of the challenges we face as players not understanding what the position demands at a particular time.
Oh yeah, so if E5 was wrong, E5 was wrong. I'll check back. Let's find something better. E5 was wrong. Let's find something better. Yeah.
I thought
and then this whole idea of knight B6, it doesn't work well with a pawn on D3, because then where is your knight on B6 going? You know, what? You see, so technically black is playing a piece down, technically, because the knight on B6 is actually very, forgive me for being sarcastic, but you can say it's a very useless piece.
Because it's
very
useless. Lacking squares.
Very useless.
Ricky, Ricky, your coach is talking. Has he ever told you have made a useless move?
He uses much harsher words than that.
Useless is an improvement.
You remove the piece from the board.
But I've stopped seeing the position, please.
Okay. At the moment, we are trying to update the.
The results. Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I know the local GM can do blindfold. So E5 was very wrong for me.
I think.
I hope I'm not praising him too much on camera, so that
no, you are understating the facts, but I'm humble, man. I accept.
Yeah, but PTM, I think what you described is a really important point, because people often see the pieces and the pawns, but we miss on the squares. And you're saying that the move E5 really weakens the dark squares. And if you look at the strategy,
I'll tell you one thing. Yeah. Professional chess is not about pieces. It's about the activity on the board.
Yes.
That's why you hear things like material imbalance or a dynamic position. It's really what pieces on the board exerts influence. So the knight on B6, what is your influence? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Because for you to have relevance in a position, you have to be doing something. Just like you need to have relevance in life, you have to be someone. You know, you cannot be a 1400 local GM and say, "Hey, I have some relevance." you need some relevance. So the knight on B6, it was very clear. If this guy knew to say this guy will not play G4 but D3, probably should have just gone back to F6 and not really play knight B6. Knight B6 was a routine move and was a mechanical move. We don't make mechanical moves in chess. You make moves based on the position, on the actual position. So knight B6 was quite wrong for many reasons. And down the line, you can actually see it contributed maybe to even his loss, because he was playing a piece down.
Very true.
So you want to say, Prince, if you're playing someone who understands these dynamics of opposition, they'll pick that as a critical moment for them to punish you?
Of course, for me, Mr. Ricky has seen a lot of my games, or even those who have watched most of my games on the international scene. they will tell you, we don't even need to gain a piece or a pawn. I think space is more than enough for a strong chess master to beat you. Space. So really, is it Martin in Jorenji was really tied down on space? His pieces couldn't move. And he was making these routine moves, bashing out e5 like it's making sense when he's actually preparing his highway to the grave, you know.
Yeah, very, very, very true.
You know, so
actually,
it wasn't really after e5. The position for black wasn't actually played an Alekhine at the Olympiad, and I was bashed in a similar manner because of diagonals and squares. You know.
But I guess you must have been playing a grandmaster or something, right?
No. Actually, by then that boy was FM, and he soon became IM. But you know, these are boys who have been trained. You know, they have been to chess schools, and they take advantage of any inaccuracy that you make.
So the Alekhine, I think I'm still pretty comfortable. Probably the alliance have what to look at up to move 27, 28 there. We'll just play mechanically until such a point that people maybe stop playing the Alekhine. Let's see how that plays out.
Well, the Alekhine, again, for some strange reasons, there are many reputations and ways of beating the Alekhine. For instance, instead of checking on d5,
yeah,
white could have gone e5, and then after knight f d7, you can decide to check on g5, or you can play e6. I don't know if you know the position I'm talking about.
Yeah, we can get it.
So e5, if there was e5, knight f6, knight c3, d5. So white could have gone e5 and check on g5, or he could have gone e5, e6, a thematic pawn sacrifice in the Alekhine structures.
All right.
I don't know if you can look at the positions that you can see.
Let me try see if I can get the position back on the set.
Prince, maybe for that person watching you and wondering, how are you able to remember these positions? What does it take to reach that level of understanding that you can just throw these moves around as if you're having sight of the board?
Obviously, at my level, I don't need the board to play chess. I just need my mind. So I mean blind for chess. So the board is up there. The pieces are out there. So it takes practice, more or less. Practice and a lot of analysis over the board, such that the board becomes part of your mind, you know. So all you need, even when I'm thinking over the board, most of the time I'm seated like this, and I'm not really looking at the position because I'm trying to figure out in my mind, what should I do? So the side of the board is just there to, I don't know which I can use, but to just verify, to say I'm putting the piece on the right square. But everything is figured out in the mind.
We had that discussion earlier in the morning, and we are talking about all the top players. They might be looking at the ceiling for a very long time, but they're actually looking at the board in their mind.
In the mind, yeah. That's the way it works. You don't really need the board physically with you.
May I interrupt you? There's a bit of drama in the Aguda Longa game versus James Kwong. I'm just looking at it now.
So can I actually log in and probably I log in on my chess.com as well?
Please.
That would be actually easier. Yeah.
I think I can still log in on my. Actually, I'm logged on chess.com. I just have to find if I can begin.
You have to follow their players. You need to know their names on chess.com and follow them.
Okay.
So we'll give you their names.
Which game are we looking at?
We are looking at Aguda Luanga versus James Kwong. This is probably what is sometimes referred to as the Scheveningen Najdorf. This appeared actually the game between Svidla and Magnus Carlsen, where the recommended move was to probably bring around move 8 to bring the bishop to d7.
Where do you search for these guys?
I'm looking for that list to send it to you.
Okay. Pardon?
I'm looking for their usernames on chess.com to send to you.
Yeah, because I'm actually under the search button, so I'm trying to see if I can search someone, the current game you're looking at.
Okay, there you have. I've sent it via private jet, yeah?
Okay.
Okay.
And as PDM looks at that and just finds the members, you can look at some of the games and just see. Let's see.
There you are. The participants and their chess.com names that are listed on that list I've sent to you.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Okay. So whose game are we looking at right now? Aguda Luanga?
Yeah.
Okay, Master Dubs.
Yeah.
But how do you nickname yourself Master Tools?
What do you think?
Yeah, we
We can start the games from the beginning.
Ricky, are you there? Ricky, are you there?
And then okay.
Okay, where are we?
Yes, sorry, Lemia, just about to briefly.
Ricky, so you moved from Mauritius to the moon?
He's globetrotting. Teleporting himself.
There was a complaint that the waves in the ocean were disturbing some spectators. So, Titus, I thought it was first when you were sharing your screen, or it is affecting something.
Yeah, at some point it was affecting, but I think it's fine now. You can get us well.
See chat.
So maybe we can just look at Master Luanga's game. So they started with E4, E5. Yeah. E4, E5. Knight E4. Okay, just a moment. It seemed to be having a hitch. Just a slight issue. I think it's fine now. So let's look at Master Luanga's game. Okay, so this is how it progressed. So you seem to have lost PDM, but Mr.
Yeah, so this is the so-called Schwenningen Najdorf, and in this position, so Kasper was commentating about, you're saying that in this position, the ideal thing is actually not to play the queen to c7, that's probably not the right move, but to bring the bishop to d7, bring the rook to c8, and then play b5, b4.
So at this point, you suggest
queen back one move. Yeah, so in this position, bring out the bishop to d7, bring the rook to c8, the rook on a to c8.
Okay, so the idea is to bring
rook to c8, and then play b5, and intending a move like b4, and then there'll be an attack sort of that gives some counterplay. And of course, initially in the Schwenningen structure, one of the things you want to play initially is just play g4, g5 very early on, although the move order here didn't allow g4 as a first move, because I think black played knight f6 first. Yeah. And it's a very interesting and complex structure, but very theory heavy. So you shouldn't play these lines if you haven't studied them. These are areas where by move 18, 17, you should still be in book. Otherwise, you will lose if you're playing against very strong players.
I was talking about the ceiling yesterday, what made me stop it. It really is so wide, and if you don't understand it, then you'll be in big trouble.
The theory is immense. I was looking at just one line of theory by, he's not a very well-known player, but he's written a very nice book, and he has an online series, I think Tony Rotella. He has done a couple of videos on the open Sicilians, including the Sveshnikov, Kalashnikov Sicilian, the differences, and just watching that tells you how preparation should be for chess, and you begin to realize there's a lot to be done before you get to the board. Preparation is everything.
So Victor, when you talk about preparation, does it qualify the fact that we don't really sometimes perform at our optimum because we don't take time to prepare?
Absolutely. I think at this juncture it's important to realize that if you're serious about chess, you have to prepare. I think that's the same thing about life, isn't it? If you're planning to do well in anything, plan ahead, prepare, and do the best you can before the actual work. If you work very hard at home, you work less on the board, and you make fewer mistakes, because at home you have assistants. I mean, the machines that can help you, engines you analyze, you become familiar with it. But trying to figure these things over the board can be very, very difficult.
You're known as one of the most vast players when it comes to preparation in the country. What prompted you to do that?
The same issue that Tate has asked me earlier. You have trouble responding with black. What is your solution? Go to the book, see what line am I playing? What does the nice online series around these issues. Of course, I'm not saying neglect your opening, your middle game, your tactics. Do all that, but look at your opening lines. And my bad results made me go and look at how to prepare. Yeah. And when I prepared, I found my performance getting better, and that sort of encourages you. I think.
What happens when you prepare for someone and then they take you off the book moves?
That's the thing that people think is possible. It is not. And I'll give the example of my second phase game versus Ben Magana. And the way I prepare is that I look at all possible logical moves as opposed to just one. So it will take me about a couple of hours to move from move 7 to move 8 because there are multiple variations. So I'm actually looking at all reasonable moves. The unreasonable moves will punish on the board. But reasonable moves, will look at them. So Ben Magana adopted the same strategy, I think, in 2 games. In one game, he played the Birds opening. I was ready the From's Gambit. In another game, he played Knight G4 it's a 2-knight defense. And I played Knight G5 attacking the F7 pawn. Very significant theory there. And he played Knight G4 thinking it's off book. We won't book until another 10 moves later.
Really?
In fact, it was more or less book moves up to move 20. So that's what preparation is. It makes it so much easier to make it out of the forest.
Wow.
Yeah.
But it needs a lot of discipline, I must admit.
Definitely, and time and patience.
So what are the results so far on our team's performance?
Well, things are looking not as good for this round 8. Seems like almost all players almost lost. I can see Nisimba may have lost her game. Same thing with the case with the Mongeri.
This is checkmate on the board?
I think it was time.
Okay,
We
time.
may have lost on time. We're having trouble projecting it on the screens, but the game seems to have finished. Yeah, Kenya not doing so well in this round either. Yeah.
Wow. So can we say mathematically our chances are going up in smoke?
They are not as good looking because Hong Kong has 4.5 at the moment.
Oops.
Yet we won 1 game and not as good looking.
Ricky.
Yes, Brian.
Can you tell us something about
Yes, I
what
can
you have
hear you.
seen?
Sorry, I don't seem to be following the games. That's why I go quiet sometimes. I was following using Tata's screen.
Oh, the thing is that
But I'm
now we
seeing
are
a
not
match
trailing
on
by
this
4.5 games, yeah?
Yeah.
It's very. I think then that's a wrap for us in terms of qualifying for next round, right?
It looks like a very bad day for Kenya.
It was always going to be
to-
tough. I think the team should hold their heads up high. I think they've done us proud. It's a tremendous experience. And again, we must thank Tyrian Chess Academy, Tyrian Chess Africa, and chess.com for making this possible, because all this is recorded for life and we can look back at this as a fantastic experience. We've had some really good games and performances, and I think we have nothing to be ashamed about. It's something, it looks up. I mean, there's a lot to learn from this kind of experience.
Yeah.
Maybe I can just give a shout out to our chat.
And I
I'm
think
looking at Don Robert. I'm looking at Leon Kipkorir. Yes, I am a medical doctor. Eugene Mudomi. Eugene actually has been doing a fantastic job with the university students. I think he's part of the University of Nairobi team, and they are getting a lot of experienced people to talk to the University of Nairobi team on how to prepare. He's doing some really good work. And Hilary Sagwa, one of the strong players in Kenya now, and also commenting. Just a shout out to the chat.
Yes.
Please keep your comments coming, subscribe to the channel, and let us build this discussion as it goes on. If you have any question, put it in there. We'll be able to respond to you.
I can see Eugene Mudomi is very happy that the LGM is under fire. I mean, we have weathered many fires, Mudomi, but thank you so much for keeping people. I saw your juxtaposition of the clips by when Joyce lost her game yesterday, the Grandmaster's reaction and our local reactions in Kenya. That was very thoughtful of you and kind of you. I mean, it shows us that you are really following us, what you are doing, and we really want to thank you. As Victor said, and as I said yesterday, Eugene has been doing great work, and we really want to applaud him.
Yeah, also I'd like to thank everyone else who's made this event. Of course, the viewers for giving us the opportunity to commentate the games for them. Without you guys, there's no energy, there's no psych to do this. So we really appreciate anyone who's leaving a comment, anyone who subscribed, anyone who liked our channel. And most of all, if you're out there and you want to learn the game of chess, kindly take up the game. It's filled with so many benefits. We can take the whole day explaining the benefits. Maybe Ngani can just go through a few of the benefits of playing chess.
And even as you go through them, I want him to prepare for the puzzle rush, because he's not going to run away from that.
This time you're not getting
No, he's not getting away from that.
But look, chess is basically life. It's an analogy that works perfectly well. When you talk about just thinking about your move before you make it, about the decision that you're going to, every action has a consequence.
Yes.
And it's always give and take. And then you have to think very carefully about the moves that you really can't take back. And the small things in life actually matter.
Yeah.
Look at the pawn. The single lowly pawn has won more games than any other piece in the game, in most games, because the pawn becomes a queen. It sort of parallels, it's sort of a parallel to life. And I think a former world champion, one of the greatest players of all time, the great Garry Kasparov, wrote a book, How Chess Imitates Life. And I think it's a very good parallel. Now, in terms of advantages, when you have a child focused on a game of this nature, as opposed to being out drinking alcohol, doing funny things, this is a really good place to focus, develops your mind. It's been shown that children who play chess actually perform better in school. The question is, do you do better because you play chess, or do you play chess and therefore you're better?
Yes.
And it works both ways. And really, if you could get that discipline, sit on a board and just work on your chess, it's great. A lot of children struggle to stay focused and either become, hyperactive in some way. But when they begin to play chess, then there's a bit of method in the things that they do. Their lives become structured, and there's a lot of evidence towards this. And so, even if you never become national champion, or you never make it to the Olympiad or Grandmaster, just focusing on chess gives you tremendous advantage in life. And therefore, this is encouragement to everybody out there. If your child wants to be the best they can be, teach them chess. More so in these COVID-19 times, instead of staying home doing nothing, watching Netflix and everything else.
Yes.
Okay, watch Netflix sometimes, but then have your child play chess, learn chess yourself, and see the best that can come out of it.
I like what you say, Victor, because also it improves their decision-making process.
Absolutely.
So in future, when they grow up, we'll not have these problems we're having as a country in politics, whereby sometimes we're influenced by money dished out to us.
Yeah.
You'll be able to make an independent decision and stand for your rights, speak for yourself, and because on the chessboard you're all alone. Every decision you make you cannot say it was my friend who forced me to make this move.
Yeah.
So as you say, it is a game of cause and effect. You learn to take responsibility for your own actions. And therefore we encourage kids out there, parents, please enroll them to play chess.
And you're looking at multiple tiers of consequence. So you're saying, okay, fine, right now this looks very flashy and nice, looks very beautiful. But hey, what's the consequence? And what's the consequence behind that? What's the consequence? And you give a child the ability to think like that from a very early age.
Yes.
Trust me, they'll make those decisions by themselves. It's an excellent parenting tool.
Actually, yeah. In fact, maybe I can add just one more advantage of playing chess, or rather a very important benefit I find in chess, and it's the fact that it improves someone's spatial skills.
Yes.
This is the ability which is important in chess calculation, due to which players calculate variations. You can see 10 moves deep. You can visualize changes in the game, picturing a position, some moves down the line, and checking out and analyzing line and seeing if it's gonna work. If it doesn't work, you look for another route. That spatial ability to be able to analyze stuff deeply without really touching the pieces really helps someone's even in decision making in life.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Maybe one more comment. I think there's a very important thing also for Africa, and chess can actually change your life materially. I'm thinking of the case of Elijah Otieno, who's just in his teens now, and as a result of his chess playing, his family has moved from the slums in Mukuru, and now are living in I think a 2-3 bedroom house, supported by Pontus Carlson, and because of the achievements. And you can actually make a life out of chess. This is possible. And chess doesn't respect age. You have young children at age 10 who are already making waves, traveling across this country, this world, going to Europe, going to Asia. And Chess Kenya has been doing a good job, supporting the children when they qualify. So you never know what your child could be. You only realize how good you are at chess when you pick it up. If you can build an interest in your child in chess, go ahead and support them in that way.
I want Ricky, are you here with us?
Ricky's in space.
Yes, I'm here, Kidula.
What has chess done for you in terms of your career development?
Well, I picked up chess, I think probably much later in life when I was in campus. But I think some of the core fundamental skills in any profession, having an analytical mind, being strategic in your approach, anticipating moves, I think those are aspects that you can build from chess and transfer to any sector of life. So, and I think as a chess player, we always treated with respect. When you say I'm a serious chess player, I think the perceptions that people create, you're a strategic thinker, you're sharp. So I think, whereas that is true, I think it gives you some level of head starts, even in careers. But there's a point that I missed the discussion that Victor was having. I think what's going to happen, and I think one of the aspects of this COVID issue is that, and just even outside chess, that a lot of things are going to move digital. I think the platform you build, some of the things that we used to do on a face-to-face, you'll find a lot of things moving to digital age. And I think it's a much faster and easier way to accelerate tournaments. You don't have to have people together. I think once we crack in chess elements of chess engines, everything can virtually be done. And I think Kenya, that's probably the direction we'll be having. Because as I told you, I've been training, but training without tournaments is a bit difficult. So I think we have to adapt online tournaments for the next couple of months before everything comes to normalcy.
All right, thank you, Ricky. As it stands now, Kenya, we are the 6th position, even as we go to the last round of the day, which is starting in a few minutes' time. In 7 minutes' time, we are number 6 right now. So I think mathematically we should be out of contention.
Yeah,
I'm seeing actually Meul is following from the Chess Kenya website. I don't know whether he's playing in the last round, but all the best to Meul and the guys there.
Meul, how are you?
You can unmute Meul.
Yeah, Meul, can you unmute yourself?
Sorry, guys. I don't know. I think Magana is to release the schedule for who is playing in the last round.
How has it been so far, Meul? What happened in your game? Was it the first game that you lost against
that's unfortunately, I think I played well against the IM.
Yeah.
He was a highly rated player, I think 2400 plus.
Yes, 2484.
I was more or less taking him toe for toe until I should have played G5 when he set up the battery, and I think it was a equalish position, though he had two pieces for rook. That's something I calculate. In that sort of position, the two rooks were balancing out the 2 pieces because of the block nature of and my rooks had open files. Just G5, but I was left with just 8 seconds, and I ended up playing rook C4. Otherwise, I think just one move spoiled it for me. Yeah.
What happened that you ran behind so much on time?
Well, there was some. There was a lot to calculate, surprisingly, like I was pushing E5, I had to be careful, all those things on the diagonal and the D5 square to make sure. He was also resourceful. I underestimated his queen was on H4. It looks like offside, but he was playing a very serious role there, and there were things which had to be calculated. Also, I had to push B5. Well, I managed to do it, but then I fell seriously behind on time. Yeah.
Mehul, you sort of missed a move. I don't know whether you thought about, after you doubled your rooks on the D file, you had the chance to play, the E file, sorry, you had the chance to play the knight out.
I did. I thought of that, but again, okay, it was one of the first things I considered, but then I think I had just like 2.5 minutes left on my clock. So in a classical game, definitely you sit down for 15-20 minutes before you play such a move. I felt at that point I needed to make a more practical decision, because if I play the night, I don't know what it might just be a blunder.
Yeah.
So I just made a safe move.
Yeah, because that move was possibly winning.
Maybe even that safe move, I should have played it much more quickly, because I was already starting to calculate that night move, and I think I wasted a minute or so.
All right.
Good try. Is the Chinese Taipei's #1 player. So, I mean, remind me, 2012, you are Istanbul, Turkey, when we are there with you. Is it the same team we played Chinese Taipei, or am I confusing?
Sorry, I missed. I think we had a break in transmission on my side.
Okay, I was talking about in 2012 Olympiad, Istanbul, Turkey.
Yeah.
Is it the same team we played Chinese Taipei? It was a different
I think
team.
it's only one. You see, this Raymond Songa is the young guy I played. Now he's an IM.
Yeah, it's IM. Yeah, you're the one you played in. Okay.
I drew it. He was what? At that age, he was just 14, I think, when I played him back in Istanbul.
2012, yeah, 8 years later. So
he was only 14 years old.
Now he's
13 years old.
And 24, 84, and you are 19 something.
And he was already very strong there. It was a very... I was unrated at that point, I think. Was it at 2012?
Yeah, okay, but still, 2012, now it's 24, 84.
Yeah.
And you are 19 or 30 something?
I think you and I had discussed that this boy is going to become very strong.
Yeah, we discussed that, I remember. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember that instance where
Gidinji... Grandmaster, huh?
Do you remember when Gidinji was playing that big guy and then he stalemated?
Yes, I think that cost him a spot on the team, that guy. Huh?
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Meol, for being with us. We wish you all the best in case you're playing the last round. If you won't be playing, maybe we might want to talk to you later.
No, I don't think I'm playing. I think it's Matthew and Jackson who are playing boards 1 and 2.
All right, we'll go on a short commercial break and then we come back for the next round. Thank you. Keep it here. We'll be right back.
Just about 2 minutes.
Just about 2 minutes time, yeah. Giselle.
Welcome back, and we are, if you're joining us for the first time, we are covering the online chess Olympiad. We are looking at the Kenyan games. This is round 9. And round 9, and the games have already started. And I think very quickly we are going to move to the game by Jackson Kamau and local GM. What do you see?
Kamau is playing white here, and his baby must be fired up after having won the first game. They play the French defense, exchange variation. I don't know how well Kamau is prepared for this French defense, but he must be. Kamau is a very versatile player. So far, the game is just in the initial stages. Only 11 moves they're still in the opening. So he's okay. He just needs to consolidate his position and just get for. There's an attack on the bishop, so maybe I don't know whether the opponent is going to pick or he's just going to hold on. He has played rook on e8 to take control of the e file, sort of. So I think it's going to be a nice battle for us because ideally we are almost on the brink of being eliminated, if not already eliminated, but it doesn't cost anything to go out fighting.
Yeah, so indeed, Kamau doesn't have a very easy task ahead of him. He's playing an international master. Nayokao Tan, I hope I'm reading that right. And in the French defense, one of the principal thematic issues really is the square on the blacks
bishop.
Yes, on the light squares. Normally it becomes a bad bishop, but in this case, already you can see the IM has activated his bishop, planning to exchange it off for white's attacking bishop, and it's just an interesting one to keep an eye on. I don't think that the line chosen by Kamau has posed the greatest pressure or challenges to his opponent, but let's see how it plays out. I think it's a straightforward game so far.
We also joined in live by our national champion, Mehul. How are you doing?
Hi guys, how are you?
We are very fine. We are lucky to have you to help us with commentating this game. So currently we are looking at Jackson Kamau's game happening live right now. What do you think about the position?
Just give me a minute. I'm trying to just get the game.
All right. But in this point, I feel like the game is still very drawish. Nothing has happened major to really...
It's still very early on. Maybe what you can do is just take a run through the other games, just see what
what other players.
But I like the point Victor made about Black being able to bring out the bad bishop that he's supposed to be having on c8. So I don't know if that portends... I don't know. I don't want to speculate, but maybe he knows something that we may not be understanding at this point.
Incidentally, it's the thing about the exchange variation of the French. But lately, it's being played a lot by the top GMs, so maybe there's something that the team knows that we don't. And of course, it comes down to preparation, how well prepared you are. Of course, the other lines are extremely theory-rich. You can try the advance, you can try the winner. There are multiple lines you can try.
Yes.
But you have to be prepared in those lines, and the theory is, it's a mountain.
As you say, the top 3 players on this team could easily, or not easily, they have, of course, they'll be top in Kenya, the top 2.
Of course.
Yeah, naturally. So we are up against a tough team.
Yeah.
And they seem to be keen on qualifying because this game also means something to them. But also hoping that the team ahead of them falter and then they can sneak in.
Can we have a look at the Methu game? Is it where we are? Yes.
The Methu game is already on screen, and Methu is playing black in this case. And they're playing some interesting line in the King's Indian attack, the Reti opening.
Yes.
And maybe we can just cruise quickly as to how they got into this position. Some knight development first, and then both players Fianchetto. Looks like a mirror position, or rather symmetrical. But now we have this interesting b4 move very early in the game, followed by a...
How do you get to the...
Yeah, I have a feeling that maybe the move...
This full of...
b4.
B4?
So
B4 is... Okay.
What do you see?
What's up with b4? It looks very aggressive,
There's a secret about chess that took me a long time to understand. It's something called levers, pawn levers, where a pawn can attack another pawn, and as a result of that attack, a line is opened. And it's a fundamental part of chess strategy. It took me forever to learn that. Now, I'm noticing that white has played a4 and b5, gaining a lot of space on the queen side, but there are no levers. So I'm not clear how this is going to happen, how it's going to play out. And Methu is applying classical strategy. Your opponent attacks on the flank, you attack at the center. And so clearly Matthew is planning to play the move e5, and I have a feeling that with that, if we can just get e5 in, there's a really good chance and good possibility that we'll have equalization almost immediately. And after the c4 move, I'm not sure. I think Black may just proceed with the e5 move. I have a feeling that could work.
Yeah, I think after c4, I think Matthew can just proceed with e5. Looks very decent.
Or even d4. Though d4 is a bit committal, but d4, e5, both of those moves are possible moves to consider.
Yeah, they're both good. I prefer either of them could just work out well.
Very true.
As opposed to maybe capturing. I don't want to capture because you open up that long diagonal.
Okay. Can you see how our ladies are doing? Sasha is also live at the moment.
You can go to that.
And Sasha is playing a lady called Sulaet Nanda. And here Sasha is playing... they actually started with the pack defense.
The Piats.
Yeah, the Piats, but I call it pack myself.
Yeah, we call it pack.
I've been having is it the Piat or Piats?
Piats.
It's the
Piats, yes.
not the pack.
I hope I'm getting it right, but definitely it's not the pack. That much I can tell you.
I know it's not the pack, neither is it the Pirk. But it's I've been called the Piak, but it's the Piats. I saw defense. Someone, Eugene, I think yesterday saying it's the Piats.
It's the Piats defense, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Terribly tough to crack. You really have to prepare for it.
They're also very early in the game. Nobody has committed strange things yet. Very direct lines, very theoretical. Maybe we can also check out another player.
Meul, have you been able to get to the games?
We can just scan through the games and come back to National Champ.
Yeah.
Let's see which other game is on.
The moment we have...
okay, just hold on. Let me just... this is an Apple, so it's all funny. Just give me a minute or so.
It's all right. Take your time. So at the moment we have Krishisha on the board.
All right.
I think we're seeing her on for the second time.
Queen Chris, yes.
And
her first day was a fantastic day. She scored
3 out of 3. Yeah, it was good.
She actually got her marks. So far, she's unbeaten.
Yeah.
And right now, she seems to be having a very good position. I think she seems to have initiative. She has this nice open F file, the rook and the queen on the same file, controlling 2 critical files in the game. I like her position.
I was just looking at how she got there. Why don't you just take a look at it? I think her play is very impressive. You know, just activating her pieces, coordinating them.
E5.
Bishop's opening, correct?
The bishop's opening, exactly.
Yes.
Okay, so I think I have the games now.
Good.
Yeah, just go to Queen Chris's game, Krishisha's. That's what you're looking at now. So that interesting maneuver, you know, she delayed castling intentionally.
So that she can
bring the knight to g3 before castling, and that's only if she's going to castle kingside. Again, that's still a possibility to avoid giving black too much counterplay. But really, this is really well played. I think black is generally fine, but then the fact that white has achieved, you know, focus, the pieces are well coordinated. There's room for center, you know, a bit more activity in the center. Looking at just giving some defense to the e4 pawn and following up.
And you can see how she opened up the f file by after the exchange on e3, instead of capturing the bishop with the queen, she did it with the pawn, with the intention knowing that after she castles, she'll have her rook on the f file.
Yeah, but I sort of would have preferred perhaps to capture with the queen. Okay. Yeah, as opposed to the pawn, principally because you really want to maintain an intact pawn structure. And that capture makes your dark squares weak around your king side. Yes, you have an open f file, but that open f file is not really weak because it's well protected, it's closed now. I think it's probably better for white to have picked with the queen and then followed up with the move d4. And then expanding the center.
But usually what I've seen happening in most lines, it's very easy to correct these doubled pawns.
Yes.
With the d4 push.
Either d4 or even planting the knight on f5.
Yeah, except the main thing is they right now playing d4 exposes the e4 pawn.
Definitely. But you can always correct it at some point. You can always relocate the bishop to c2. And in some lines it's very playable. But let's see what happened after this. the opponent played d4, correcting the pawns for her.
Yeah.
And now she doesn't have that nasty doubled pawns.
I have to think about it at all, actually. So
after that,
right. So Krishi is white, right? Or
yeah,
black?
Krishi is white.
Yeah, she's playing white.
Yeah, I think she's better. I think that the pawn capture is correct. F takes E. Because you want to cover that F4 square. And I think the problem for our opponent is that bishop on G6 is kind of dead. And I think the knight,
you're a little behind
knight dominates that thing.
Yeah. I think she's talking about some few.
I think Krish is slightly better.
Yeah, she's slightly better. I agree. At move 24 after H5.
Which move are you at, Meul? We are at move 24 right now, right?
Yeah. So okay, I still think she's better. She has better coordination. Her pieces are more active. Rook on A8 is asleep.
Yeah.
She's better for sure, no doubt about
Slightly
that.
better, yeah.
And I think the moves coming up are knight H4, knight F5.
And actually like H5 because I think
kicking out the knight.
She's intending to play knight E5 without having to worry about the.
As Victor was saying, maybe play knight H4 and then knight
H4,
comes to
F5.
F5, threatening the G7 square.
Yeah.
And also even, there'll be a lot of complications here.
And you can actually relocate the knight to
F5. Yeah.
And I think our rooks are better placed.
I think I like the plan.
The E open file and F file. So.
Okay, now with the knight going to E5, I'm wondering whether. Okay, H4 is still a good place.
H4 is still a good move, and then you can sacrifice the rook on E7.
You can also double the rooks on this file.
Oh, an interesting plan actually. If you think about the knight landing on F6 with a check.
Yeah.
How do you stop that?
Pardon?
The knight going to F6. I mean, knight D2, knight E4, knight F6.
Knight D2.
Yeah, maybe, but that's a bit too far. Simple chess: knight H4, knight F4.
Yeah. But I really like.
Why do you?
Your knight H4.
Why do you want to go knight H4? Why not knight E5?
I also thought knight E5 looked good, but knight H4 has some really nasty ideas of putting knight on F5 at some point.
Yeah.
Huh? No. I'm not a fan of knight H4 because F5 is being. Black can just keep the knight on E7, and then what's the knight?
The reason knight H4 is strong. Look at it this way: after knight H4, you can also sack rook and capture knight, and now after you play knight F5, you have threats of mate.
But the queen will just come to F6.
But you have your rook on F1, on the F5.
The knight will be blocking. When the knight is on F5, it will be blocking.
It will be blocking.
I don't know. I would have played knight E5. I think that keeps stronger.
So,
okay, I don't know.
Okay,
I'm not looking at the machine.
Let's look at this way. After knight H4, what happens if I sack? What do you play after knight H4?
No, do not sack actually, but it's a simple build-up. My view, and I think knight H4 is perfect because just bring the rook up to E3, rook to G3. You can still double the rooks on the E file.
You can actually double up and remove this defender.
And F5, remove the defender of the F5 square. Knight lands on F5, you may as well forget chess. And in fact, I think after rook to E8, I think just play rook to E3 straight away.
I like that. Rook E3 is good.
Straight away.
Straight away.
Just double and immediately that knight is pinned. There's a mate threat. I think this is very close to winning. I think if you ask me, I think knight to H4 was a fantastic move. I think Krish was right on the money there.
Maybe we can check out McLeod, the junior, on board 5. And here we are, Robert McLeod playing black, and the position looking a bit imbalanced. Black having both rooks, and I can see white has an extra bishop.
Yeah, Robert hasn't had a very good tournament. I think maybe it's his biggest event so far.
I think stage fright or something.
Stage fright has to have, because he's not playing anything close to his normal chess. This is way below what he's able to do. It's just very difficult to understand why he's allowed it to be this way.
Yeah, not such a good position for him. Rook C8 is coming, and
he's a piece down. His pawn structure is completely horrendous.
How come he has been going a piece down or an exchange down most of these games?
I think queen E3 is even worse. Queen E3, and then you have.
You pick the pawn sitting on. This is lost. I think this is lost. Where's the next game?
Maybe we can just go back to.
Unless we can have a look at how you got here. Just how you lost.
Yeah, let's see how you got here. I mean,
Yeah, we can just let's see how.
because this is uncharacteristic, as Victor said, of McLeod.
Yes, McLeod, this is way below his normal play.
The London system again. Mm-hmm.
So maybe just a point to note: some of these games.
So already you can see after the move
E4.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's around move 16. This Queen E7, A4 stuff. You know.
Around move
okay,
16. Let's go 16.
It's not easy to calculate, but I think his opponent just found the tactical weak spots with this B4, B5 push. Yeah, maybe at McLeod move 17 instead of A4. Maybe had to play Bishop B7 just to prophylactic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's okay. It's not obvious, like what's wrong with A4. It's a standard move, but I think with Queen C2, his opponent found the tactical flaw in that. You know, it's H7 is a problem, and then McLeod went F5, not realizing that the B4, B5 pushes in the offing. Yeah. So it's I wouldn't say it's stage fright for McLeod. This is just a learning experience. It's very important that you know, promising players like him get exposed to this a really tough level of competition.
Oh, that's how he lost the pace, because of the B5, as Noel was saying. Yeah, I didn't say that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think the blunder came in after.
And this resigned. Yeah, the blunder came in.
Actually resigned. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we can just check out some other player. Let's see how Jackson Kamau is doing this time round.
Jackson Kamau is winning or something.
Jackson Kamau is playing white and looking very, very comfortable. Look at Queen E6 check.
Or Queen E8 check.
Yeah, Queen E6 just captures the F6 pawn and we're happy.
I think we left it somewhere when after Black's move Knight Bishop F5. You cannot pick it up from there.
You see now, Knight. Just go back a bit.
We go to Bishop.
No, just go back before the Queen E6.
I think we left it off here at move 11, where he played Rook E8, then the Queen exactly. Then exchanges happened. Knight F5, Knight B D2.
Is Jackson really winning? He looks badly off.
Yeah, he's looking very badly off.
I think he's lost.
Yeah, he looks lost actually.
What?
And Jackson looks lost. He's playing white.
At some point he was winning.
Not winning really. I think he just lost the
I don't think he was winning anywhere.
Yeah. It's not.
I think he mishandled the. This was a dead drawn position. I think he went for some adventures like Queen H6 and so on. I think.
Absolutely.
That made no sense to me.
Let's see where Queen H6 came in.
Yeah, that's move 24.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just keep it solid. This is a dead drawn. Even you can draw this even against Carlsen. I think so.
No.
Carlsen is a bit much, but the truth is, and again, the same mistake we're seeing about Team Kenya. We are misplacing our pieces. Remember, Joyce taking the Queen to C7 out of the playing area.
Yeah.
And this is thematic. Now, this move, Queen to H6.
I'm not saying it's misplacing. I think this is a stylistic issue, maybe, because Jackson likes to push, and he sees Queen H6. It's active, just very instinctive for him to play with that.
Yeah, but then the question then begs. There are certain prerequisites for attacking.
Yeah,
you attack on the side where you are stronger. You have the chance of creating strength. Surely an attack by a queen only is not possible. The knight has no inroad on the king side. Both e5 and g5 squares are defended. The queen can take the h7 pawn, but that's it because the g6 pawn is defended by the knight.
I think those are academic explanations. If I'm looking at this from a practical point of view,
I disagree, Mehul. I disagree.
Well, okay, if I'm looking at this from a practical, if I'm on the board, you see, it's not very obvious. Say you play queen h6, it looks okay. No, it's not obvious like how black is going to develop the initiative.
For instance, just straight up after
queen is easy to underestimate. So
for instance, after queen h6, there's just queen b5 check, and you pick the weak pawn on b2, and I think that's what happened. So straight up, queen h6, queen b5, and you have tons of weaknesses on the queen side, and you just lost. So you're basically moving your queen away from the theater, and you're going into an escapade in the middle of nowhere. And as a result, you're going to lose the game. I think Mehul and I disagreeing on this one, but just my advice to most people to just pay attention. Keep your pieces where the action is. You go to a place where there's nothing to win. The best the queen can do on the queen side is win the pawn on h7, but that's it. Now you have a whole queen sitting on h7 doing absolutely nothing, winning a pawn. In the meantime, your king is making do with a marauding queen, picking pawns on b2, c3, a2, and
creating pass pawns,
and the game is lost.
He had a challenge bringing back his queen into the defense.
Yes, and allow me to just finish, because this is thematic, and if we address this problem, we are now losing the third game because of this one issue, misplacing our well-placed pieces, going pawn hunting at the expense of piece activity. And if Kamau didn't do this, if Joyce didn't go to queen c7, I think there's a third game where a Kenyan player went somewhere offside, we would not have lost those games. And it's one of those things to pick up in chess. And if you were to pick, say, ask even our current coach Peter Long, he'll tell us, let's keep our pieces where the action is. That's a key principle in chess.
Very true. Yeah. Well, okay, I don't know. I don't know. That sounds, your reasoning sounds a bit strange to me. What I think is a problem is, like, see, let's say before queen h6, position is obviously drawn. I think what people don't realize is keeping a drawn game drawn is actually not as easy as it looks. Especially, like in our Kenyan style, we just like to, we have a sort of national style of just attacking all the time.
National style.
Yeah. If there's one characteristic, I would say, of Kenyan chess, it's like to push. But like keeping a drawn game drawn, it's actually quite difficult. It requires a different kind of mindset. And I guess as Kenyans, we have to develop that sort of mindset. Keep a drawn game drawn.
I think also what Victor is trying to say is that if you're going to, like when the queen went on that pawn hunt mission on h6, the conditions have to be right. I mean, pieces must be at the right place, coordinating, working together to be able to force things. But if you're just going on one hit wonder and then you find yourself, like the black king just ran into safety, and the knight was a very strong piece defending the position. So
yeah, and actually, Mehul, if you look at the game, it seems to go exactly as I said. And not because I'm calculating, I'm just...
But you're speaking from hindsight, but I don't know.
Really. Now I'm speaking from hindsight, but before I was just giving my own theory around it, because it's not very difficult to see this. You can see that the queen is going to h6 to attack a pawn on h7. I think we can follow that much. And the pawn will be picked, you can't defend it. But I'm saying black is least bothered defending that pawn. Number two, the next pawn you could pick is a pawn on g6, defended by a knight sitting on e7. And number three, you're abandoning your queen side. Immediately a tactical blunder, queen b5, queen takes on b2. There's a pawn hanging on c3, pawn hanging on a2. And how does white even defend? And the whole issue here, the reason why black can't keep the drawn position drawn is because the queen has gone on an escapade. And I really just want to emphasize this, regardless of what my friend Mehul says, kindly keep your pieces where the action is. And I'll bet you top dollar on this one. That's the key difference. And I think I win a bit of games just because of these simple decisions around here. You should not move your piece away from where the action is. If there's a tactical reason to, say there's a checkmate coming up, you're going to attack serious pieces, but h6, best win for black, one pawn. That's it. And then you take 3-4 moves, bring the queen back. Just a bad idea. I think leave it at that. I think that's my...
Let's look at, maybe this one is not good for us. Let's look at another game that
Let's look at Metho. Metho is playing the IM, and he's playing black, and he seems to have held his ground so far. He's looking very good.
Yeah.
He's managed to keep distance, maintain his pieces, maintain the IM's pieces at bay. The dark squared bishop for white not looking as pretty, of course, attacking the c5 pawn. And I don't know, at this point, I think it's high time maybe white can capture the rook, because I don't think he's ready to have black having both rooks on the e file.
May I ask this question? Could we just go back
We
to
can just go back
to the place where after c4, just see what Methu did. I'm seeing he played d4, so we can pick it up from there.
All right.
Hey, I think Matthew has played well. He's played some very strong moves in this game.
Yeah. So we can just go back to move number 9, d4.
Yeah, we actually at c4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's played in a very disciplined fashion.
Yeah, that's why we left it off. So he played c4.
He played c4 and
rook e8, c4.
Methu, instead of playing e5 like we had suggested, he decided to go for d4, locking this dark squared bishop just into the darkness, and d3 was played, maybe with intentions of e3, but Methu played e4, e5 immediately, maybe with ideas of e4 at some point.
Yeah.
And of course the IM stopped by bringing the knight into action. Methu relocated the knight. I don't know with what ideas. Maybe he wants to bring the knight to...
Perhaps bishop out first. I'm not sure what the plan is. And also...
Or maybe just to try and open up this late squared bishop that is a bit trapped at the back.
Yeah.
Then the IM went on with the...
Maybe just suppose there. After the IM played a5, many people attempted to either move the h pawn or the b pawn, and that's really where you make the mistake, because as a result of that you give a lever, and now a line can be forced open. But in this situation, if the IM plays h6, you just play b5. If the IM plays b6, you just play a6. And I mean, that demonstration the queen side is not material. Of course, there are certain tactical issues. Number one, the last pawn can be picked, and a pass pawn can ensue. It's some sacrifices, but really. Methu was done very well to discipline himself, not to make the errant pawn moves, either moving the one of the A or the B pawn.
So Methu decides to play rook b8, of course, with an obvious reason. This late squared bishop will be very powerful at some point. So the whole idea is remove your rook from that action, because soon that diagonal is opening up.
Yeah.
And the IM played queen c2.
Maybe you can show what you mean, because I think it's very important. The IM is planning to play h6.
Yeah, so ideally what will happen,
if
this rook move is very strategic.
Important,
because we are seeing scenarios of, if the rook was not moved,
our plan to meet h6, a6 is to play b6, right?
Yeah, that's the plan. But then if you don't move the rook, it will be pinned.
There'll be an exposure,
so
discovered attack.
So at some point, this diagonal will open, and the rook cannot be sitting on A8.
Exactly.
This bishop will come with tactic.
That's a very good find, and it's a very straightforward strategic discussion. Titus, thank you for that.
Okay. So we can just proceed with where we were. That was moving 12. Let's go back.
I wish Methu could. I hope he's managing his time well. He doesn't fall into this pressure of having to calculate crazy moves within a short time.
Yeah.
And he's at 1 minute and 42 seconds, but he's very good at fast chess as well, so it's not a big deal.
Yeah, it's not such a big deal for him actually. Let's see.
But it's possible once it gets down to under 3 minutes. You can really feel the pressure at that point.
So knight h4, trying to kick out the light squared bishop. Maybe bishop can go to c8.
Okay.
Because Methu played g4. Let's just go quickly a bit. Bishop g4, attacking this pawn. Knight removed, protecting it. Queen d6. h4, kicking out the bishop completely. Maybe it's time to go to e6. And now rook fe1. Okay.
But even if you didn't move to protect the pawn on e2, it wouldn't be picked anyway.
Yeah, it wouldn't be picked.
Because it would be trapped after some time.
Exactly.
Yeah. Hey, local GM, that's why you're a GM.
The GM.
You just pick the pawn and they don't.
But you see, as you are saying,
very good
this
insight.
time pressure, you just what the initial instinct is. Let me save my pawn
Let me
first.
save my pawn first. Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
True. So G5, G4, sorry. And black seems fine. E3. And Med wants to break this castling pawns.
We soften the king a little bit, right?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering what happens after G5. I wish, did it not, was that not just a pawn, or was I mistaken?
I don't think
After
so.
bishop A3, it wasn't just a pawn?
I think it's well defended, unless...
Well, I'm thinking about the G4 pawn. Couldn't we just pick twice? After bishop A3? Or I'm missing something?
Okay, wait, you mean the G4 pawn?
Yes, after white played bishop E3, that would be move number...
Just move it back. You see what Victor's talking about? Move number 21. Move it.
Yeah, okay. You have to defend your pawn first.
Yeah.
Okay, you're right. Okay.
It's
Yeah,
important.
D7. All right, you're right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I think this is where we left off. I thought picking the rook was a good idea, but let's see.
Because I think rook pick.
Because giving, anyway, so Medu picked instead. And now we are seeing a scenario where the action is all over on the queen side.
There's a lot of pressure on the pawn on c5. And that
Lot
pin
of
is not
pressure on
very
C5.
good.
Yeah, this pin is not so good.
Mm-hmm.
Medu might lose a piece in this process. But maybe taking, I don't know if it's reasonable.
If you take that, you weaken that pawn. I mean, there'll be...
Yeah, and then this.
How do you step out of that pin? Is there a queen move that takes you out of that pin? Maybe queen c7, I think.
I think the best thing is capture here.
Okay, I was avoiding that technically because the bishop picks and then is pinning the knight on...
Because that way I think you'll have some tempo.
Victor, you're
When
thinking
you
of
come
queen
to
c7. Whose turn is it? It's black to play, yeah?
black to
Yeah,
play. And it's actually white to play. It's white captured, and
Mhm.
now Medu has this very
that
nice
is a
attack.
nice move. Is it easy to defend? Yes, it is. Just queen...
Sorry guys, I think I rushed a bit.
Mhm. So that was a simple mate threat.
Yeah, so after that, rook, wait, I think I missed something. Yeah, after this,
Yeah, that move is a bit weakening.
this is a rook sacrifice. With what idea?
Queen
Oh,
comes,
yeah,
bishop comes
yeah,
to
yeah,
d5.
If you take
Bishop
It's a
comes
nasty
to
pin.
bishop comes to
Yeah.
e5,
Mm.
so definitely white is not, black is not captured.
That's a
And,
nasty move to face.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be on that. He captured. Did you capture?
okay.
No, it did not capture.
Uh-huh. Okay, I was wondering if he captured. I mean, what am I missing?
But it's made to, sometimes people just play moves like that to just capture something. Yeah?
Mhm.
I think
Not
we'll
really
move
probably lost.
I'm trying to
move number 28, I think.
Yeah, we'll move number 28.
Yeah, so bishop, okay.
Knight takes.
Queen h3. Yeah, and I was saying that just the move f5 just looks wrong. You don't have to calculate much because it weakens your king and there's a light square bishop on the board. So just making the move f5
So Medu
automatically.
responded correctly, still maintaining the pressure
Mhm.
with the knight and queen coordination.
Mhm.
And
There is a bit of a problem. You
there's
can
a check that has come up, and it's not looking as nice. So I think blocking the bishop seems like the best move here.
Mhm.
Bishop
I
check.
think not too. I think you see here, guys. It's time trouble, so
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
expect even sort of semi-accurate moves.
Yeah, true.
If you even just check, I don't know. Anybody can make a mistake at this point.
Yeah, that's why I was talking about this time pressure issue. No matter how fast you are, when it comes to this,
See, from like 26 move, both guys are just 2 minutes or less. So
Yeah.
Maybe we can stick around and see the game as it happens.
that's
Yes, because the time both of them are in time trouble.
the position is equal, but I mean, the pressure of time. The guy has
But
got 20
this
minutes,
game,
27
like, I think that the IM was crashing, and then he's blundered in time pressure as well. Matthew is now clearly winning. So
Because now
So
Metu has a
this
rook.
could be at
I
least for
think
something
this
for
looks
Kenya
very
to
good
celebrate. I believe
for
Metu can convert this, even though it's.
Wow.
This
So
is-
they made a miss. I missed that mistake completely.
Yeah, I think we'll go back and see it, but I'd like to see the action as it happens.
But they must have caused some problems with the two connected pawns.
I think here you may have to. Wow. Okay, let's
Now
see.
the IM is losing.
Not
this
really.
is,
I mean,
I
these
think
two pawns
he
you
should have
can't
picked-
grab.
He should have picked the bishop. Should have picked the bishop with the rook.
Yeah, instead of picking the
Instead,
knight.
instead of picking on g7, should have picked the bishop with the rook.
Actually, I agree.
Yeah, that would have been
Okay,
Yeah,
all
yeah.
I'll say is that it's difficult to say he should have. This time pressure, you just spectate. That's it. Even as a player, there's nothing much. Sometimes it's just
Check
casino.
first and then push the pawn. I think so.
Yeah, oh, and it's still better actually.
Bishop d4 check
I
and
think with
then
the rook
play.
behind
Yeah,
the
correct.
pawns, yeah. With the rook behind the pawns, we are good.
This is promising. Because how do you advance? I think you'll catch the pawns quite easily.
White can't advance here.
White can't advance.
White can't
I
advance.
think this is at least something for Kenya to celebrate.
True.
Be good for Metu's confidence.
Yeah, that's it. Pick the pawn. I
Let's
thought
go
you
for
pick the
the
pawn, you know. Okay, now you pick this
You
one.
just pick the pawn is
Yeah,
nice.
okay, I think this
Yeah.
is completely winning.
Now the rook comes there. Is okay.
Completely winning. Completely winning. Master Metu, good job. I think you can look at the rating. I think this is reasonable. Yeah, absolutely.
Well done.
Wow, amazing.
It's good.
That was really
Must
That's a
applaud this.
fantastic- where did the GM blunder? You know, it's just a DM blunder. I think.
Why? Oh, damn.
Yeah, where did I
Yeah.
blunder?
Guys, it's I don't know. It's time pressure. Anybody can blunder in this.
I think we
this
left
sort
off
of
at
break.
queen after exchanging, right? So
Queen
let's-
exchange, yes, that's where we left.
So
Picks back.
Wow,
He
that
left
is some
rook
nerves,
hanging.
eh?
That's some nerves.
Yes,
Okay,
nerves.
knight f6 is still good. aim is still better. Then
then
That's
d5
still
was
good.
played, everything is okay, and I think this rook got trapped.
the
Is
rook
it trapped as
bad.
yet?
The
Not
rook
yet.
has.
Where do you
That's
put it?
G5.
Oh, look at that move.
Where do you put it? There's
Yeah.
a fork. It's trapped.
Oh, there's a
Wow.
fork. Okay, put it back.
No,
Put
go
it
back, go back, go back. What should I?
Put it back.
I'm just saying. Sorry.
The IM was supposed to sack.
Put it
maybe-
back. Put it back. Yeah.
So at this point, the IM is supposed to take the knight.
Wait a minute. What about? Wait a minute.
He just missed the fork.
Just
Or maybe just try knight times.
But I've seen the knight will pick the rook and go back to block at e7. I'm just saying.
Wow.
I thought of that, but I'm seeing the knight will go back to block.
Wow.
Knight is fine.
No, it will go back to block. Just play the knight there,
Just play knight.
and then knight times rook. Knight times rook. Knight times rook. I mean,
Okay.
knight
Okay, let's
times
say
rook.
knight and rook. Yeah, of course.
Knight and
let's
rook.
see.
Yeah.
The discovery. Where does it go?
Knight rook goes back. Knight goes
Double-
back to
do you have a
e7.
double-
No, you take pawn.
Oh, wow. That's lost.
Yeah.
You take
Look at
pawn.
3.
Oh, you take pawn.
You take pawn, and then after this nasty
Ah, you
diversion,
take
Yeah,
pawn.
yeah.
I'm
3
winning,
pass
yeah.
pawns. You're
You
winning
take
completely.
pawn.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
At least show the line for other. You know, Titus, you're a strong chess player, so
Yeah.
you don't assume
You've
everyone's on
seen
the
the
same
way
page.
things are bad. Eh?
Yeah.
Take pawn.
Hey,
Knight
you
takes
take-
pawn.
Knight takes pawn.
I
and
miss-
you-
But I think only Carlsen will see this one. Or
I saw that, but
Carlsen
my
and
assumption was on the other side.
Carlsen and me will see that.
Carlsen and you. Yes.
But
Carlsen
wait a
and
minute.
Titus.
After that,
I think after that it's
what about rook e7? Just go back. Just go. Knight times pawn. Rook e7.
Rook e7. Let's see. Rook e7. But that rook is now pinned.
Rook
Wait,
e7.
after knight
You have
times.
picked the pawn. Yeah, I go
Yeah.
rook e7 to cut off those tactics of yours. Rook
Rook
e7.
e7, e7. Okay,
Yeah.
pick this knight, the
Knight,
rook.
maybe knight d7 check.
Knight d7 check first, alright?
Yeah.
Let's do that also.
So that we want to breathe this rook. So
Knight on f times d7.
Plus we also pinning this.
Plus, it's a free knight sitting on. No, you'll
Yeah,
take
it's,
it.
it's
So you have
bad.
to
It's,
pick.
it's bad.
You have to pick, eh?
Yeah, you have
Alright.
to pick.
It's bad. It's a bad position.
I think he could have salvaged, but
Yeah, this is bad.
no,
This is completely lost for black. Yeah, alright. But well done, Metu. Metu is a very strong.
Congratulations, Metu. I don't know if you still have any other game going on. Mongeni lost, unfortunately.
Queen Chris is playing. Have a look.
So we have.
maybe
So
we
far,
just-
you have lost how many? 2, 3.
Yeah, we've lost 3.
Is Krish still playing?
Yeah, Krish is playing, and she seems to be doing. She seems to have. Wait, she has 2 pawns.
Oh, actually,
Two
wait a
passed
minute.
pawns.
How does this work out?
And this looks drawish, but it's a very hard.
No,
one.
Krishi has the rook. It's a rook versus 2 pawns.
Yeah.
I think it's completely drawn here.
But finding the draw is
going to be tricky.
Maybe king c4. This is the time.
No, I think you check.
No, you have to tame the backward pawn.
You have to tame the backward pawn.
You have to tame that one because.
Meul, have you left? I can't hear you.
Yes, tame the backward pawn. That's the starting point.
Yeah, just tame the backward pawn, and the other pawn.
Mehul has left.
Promoting, you sack
and then you pick the rook. Okay, so clarify the draw. But she has 17 seconds.
Yeah. Oh.
This is tricky. What about b3? What happens? b3?
Actually, it's still drawn. I think. Wait. White is winning.
The pawns are so advanced, but
wait. I'm trying to figure.
Endgame is hard. That might not win actually.
This is tricky.
Now she's threatening mate.
Checkmate, mate in one.
Or exchanging the pieces.
But now there'll be a fork, a knight,
What about if we promote with the knight, under promote?
Just under promote.
Just under promote.
Then that's a draw.
I think that's the only, I'm sure that's the only move.
But under promote is a draw, right?
It's a draw. Under promote, then you queen, and then rook to a8. Well played, Krishi. That was a really nice.
Yeah, you can promote to a knight.
Yeah. Now, I think this is the kind of position where talent plays something, your ability to see and just process.
This was very good vision. Rook a8, rook f8 is a very good move.
And I'm not sure whether the opponent has seen this.
I don't know if the opponent will see that knight promotes to a check. Otherwise...
and the promotion is a very difficult tactic to find. And if it's a young player, they will not know.
Moving the king to a4 is lost.
Completely, because you just pick the pawn.
Because just pick the pawn and it's elementary basics. Checkmate.
Checkmate.
Oh my god.
I mean, it's unfortunate. Such things can happen.
And the promoting is a very difficult.
Oh my god.
Inexperienced people to find. So you queen. There's also probably something else that happens. We normally set our chess.com account to auto queen. Yeah, so you.
Push
the pawn.
So there's that possibility. She had set it at auto queen.
Auto queen, yes.
Well, lesson learned: don't be on autopilot.
On auto queen, especially now on online chess.
Because
every day.
So basically, the tactic she was missing was to promote instead of like you see like ours promoted to a queen also.
Because you're not auto queen.
Exactly.
Yeah. So essentially, you should take out.
Okay. That is painful, huh?
That is painful for the non-Kenyans. I think Krishi maintains 100% record. That's a really lovely win. I think the technique was spot on. It's amazing technique. It's a very nice save. I think to find that kind of a save is in such, with 20 seconds to go, is amazing.
It's amazing.
I think Krishi, well done wherever you are. I think you have a fantastic future ahead of you. And clearly you have the talent for it to figure out those tactics in a very short time.
And it all boils down to practice. I mean, if you practice, it's easy to spot these positions and realize if I take my queen to f8, I'm turning checkmate.
Yes.
So my opponent has to behave.
Yeah.
And if you can hold that draw in this, because the pawns are pretty well advanced, it's very good for her. Krishi, well done. We are proud of you.
Well done, Krishi. So
the games are over. We have lost.
So at the moment,
with the reasonable score margin, rather.
The standings are yet to be updated, and as you may
so far it's 4-1,
yeah. As you can see on the screens, Hong Kong.
We've won 2 games. We've won 2 games.
So it's 4-2.
4-2, yes.
It's 4-2, yeah. So I doubt if we really.
No, it's really hard. We would have to pass Myanmar. There's no hope for that. Well, actually, at 8, we required to have won just to pass to equal 11. Actually, 14 was out. I mean, we couldn't get to 14 tiebreak 1, so it was out from the last round. This was a round for pride, and I think just the Met to win is sufficient pride for the time being. And then Krishi pulling off a spectacular win and showing wonderful technique in the end game is very important. And Brian, what is this thing people talk about technique? It sounds like just a word, but what does it mean?
Technique, let me put it this way, in the end game there are very few moves left on the board because most of the pieces have been captured. and therefore you have to find the right move that you have to make. There is no second guessing.
Yes.
In the open, you can make a wrong piece move and then take it back where it came from. But in the end game, you have to know. It has to be studied. You have to learn it. There are only few moves, and they have to do. Look at the things like the Lucena position, the Filido.
Exactly.
The things that you must just know. This move has to be made at this particular time.
Exactly. And when you say that, because there's a very specific way to win it. If you have the knight versus bishop, for example, the W maneuver, once you learn it, you know the who follows, who goes next. It's a straightforward technique. When you get the Lucena position, you know you're building a bridge. After building the bridge, you check, king comes up. It's a method. The simplest technique, when you talk about technique, is when you have a single pawn versus a king, lone king, king and pawn versus lone king. And the idea of moving to take a position, then advancing, it's simply a matter of technique. There's nothing you're thinking. Either you know it or you don't know it.
Yeah.
And what we learned is that grandmasters actually have techniques for so many things. You know, techniques for knight against bishop, techniques for and I think learning chess technique is one thing that we ought to pick up as African chess players. It will take us up a notch.
Talking about technique, there is this Olympiad in Tromsø. When was Tromsø? 2014, 2016?
Your memory is better than mine in that one.
When there was this grandmaster game that was going on the board. And
2014, yes.
Kenyan players were watching,
yes,
including the national team coach who was there. He was the one giving me this story.
Yes.
So they were having an argument about black is winning, white is winning.
Yes.
So most of them, some of them were saying, no, black is winning, you know, in very loud voices. No, white is winning, no, it's draw.
Yes.
So this Kenyan team, average age 30 years. There's another young boy who was happened to be passing by and wondered, what did this commotion happen here? Big men shouting.
Yes.
So he came by and realized they were analyzing that position. Out of the blues with this courage, he just started a few moves for both sides.
Yes.
Take 6 moves for black and white, and then he told the Kenyan team, this is a draw. We learned that in elementary. The boys are around 11 years of age.
Yeah. And you know, as much as you're laughing, that's the reality of it. We spend so much time analyzing technical positions that have very specific technical ideas.
Yes.
For example, bring your rook behind this pawn, leave the pawn on the 6th rank, not the 7th, so your king can come and have a place to hide. They are very simple things that the other, in Asia and Europe, they learn those things.
Yes.
For us, we try to figure it off over the board.
It's very difficult.
We think it's winning, it's not winning. The reality of it is not winning because of a simple technical issue.
You know what happened after almost 1 hour later or some minutes later, 1 hour later when the results were out, it was drawn.
Of course.
And the exact move the boy said was the exact move the grandmasters played.
And you can see that the boy wasn't really thinking or calculating.
He wasn't thinking, he knows.
It's a technique.
It's a technique, this I have to know. So we really have to up our game and get these things right. Like I was at the meeting yesterday, I'm one of the guys, when you talk about W maneuver, if you gave me knight and bishop, how did you be able to check it? I'll struggle. I was impressed the other time you're doing the night journey? What is it called?
The night tour.
The night tour.
Yes.
Can you do the night tour?
The night tour for...
Putting the knight on the board and go to all the 64 squares without touching. This guy did it for me once and he was telling me, wherever the knight touches, I put a piece there so that it doesn't go back there. Twice, easy.
Yeah, it's a very straightforward thing to learn. I learned to do it blindfold.
So when you're saying straightforward, it means as we are not straightforward in understanding.
No, you have to put effort. And I learned this literally because it's important to figure out, acquire some night vision. Just have an idea how the knight moves on the board. And being able to move the board, the piece in your mind to all the squares without touching another square. I mean, immediately then you can just see the knight moving. I can then see the knight moving through 15 squares in a row without having to, move a piece. And I didn't figure it out. I just learned it, from online chess. Yeah. And anybody can learn it. Bran, Titus, you can learn it in about maybe 2 or 3 hours. Be able to perform that.
Now that's the problem we have. When you think about 2 or 3 hours, you don't want to do that. Yet, ironically, you can spend 5 hours playing Blitz online.
Yes.
That's the irony of it. Victor, don't want us to forget about that puzzle rush. I'm very eager to look to see how these guys do that puzzle rush.
Puzzle rush it is.
Yeah. Maybe before we start puzzle rush, we have Ricky Sang with us.
Yes.
Ricky, how are you doing?
I think Ricky, his network seems to be having.
No, sorry, no, I could not follow the game, so I had moved to spectator mode. But very nice commentary, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So,
I left the debate on whether Queen H6 is better or not.
Pardon?
I'm saying I left the debate at whether Queen H6 is a good idea or not.
Yeah. So unfortunately, Kenya has not proceeded into Division 3.
I
very
saw
hard day
even
for us. I don't know who are the three guys joining, because I can see Chinese Taipei, it was someone 6-0. And it just could mean that they're the ones proceeding with the other two teams into the... Maybe I can just show viewers what I'm trying to explain.
Those are the standings, yeah?
Yeah. So if you look at the Pool A round 9 results on your left, Chinese Taipei won 6-0. Hong Kong won against Thailand. Myanmar beat us 4-2. Brunei lost to Nepal 4-2. Tanzania lost. Tanzania has had a very hard time in this Pool A. Maybe similar to what Uganda are feeling in Pool B.
Their fortunes haven't changed so far.
I think they've improved so far. Maybe we can just see what's going on in Pool. We can see what's happening in other pools as we see who else has qualified. So it's official that Hong Kong, Thailand, and Chinese Taipei are proceeding forward. Kenya is stuck at position 6. Maybe I can just and maybe we can see how Pool B is looking like. So unfortunately, Myanmar also, just like us, are also remaining with us at home. Let's see how Pool B looks like. So Pool B...
But I feel Uganda did not feel their best team for the online. They should have done much better.
I also feel the same, yeah.
Yeah, because Arthur and Wanyama, Patrick would have been a very strong team. I'm sure they would have qualified in the initial division.
But Ricky, they had qualifiers to pick the team. So what could have happened? Is it that the other Arthur and Kauma did not play?
Yeah, Arthur, they did not play. It's only Wanyama who played.
All right.
So that's the challenge. But they should have unpicked if they wanted to have a chance.
At least it's a happy day for Africa. Mozambique going through on Pool B. They had a very good team, and it seems like it's direct them that they're going through. Namibia also slightly on the blink. We don't know if they'll make it. We can see how.
Can we see the makeup of Team Malta? There's a very good friend of ours from Malta whom we played with in the chess Olympiad. Just to see the Team Malta makeup.
Oh, okay.
All right, I'll actually get the Malta.
I thought you were going to look at the Namibia, where I've got the president of the National Federation playing for the Namibians.
Wow. Yeah. Nigeria is a fantastic.
Then in Pool C, Nigeria outplaying everyone and doing very well. Unfortunately, they still have to play 3 games. I wish this was the final standings for Pool C.
but for Nigeria, you can just expect.
They'll make it.
For Nigeria, if you look at their scores, they're really whitewashing people. They have so many 6 points. If you look at their scores, they have 6 against Malawi, 5 against Cameroon, 6 points against...
briefly put, their worst result was winning 3.5 to 2.5.
And you see, it seems Ethiopia had a plan against them, because that's like the least score against India.
Do you have the lineup for Nigeria? Is Oladapo playing?
I can check it out maybe after a few minutes. Then we have Pool D, Angola. Angola also doing wonders in that pool.
Angola's got strong players.
Angola is a lot of African federations are actually very strong now. And Angola is one of those countries with a strong chess history. They've had a name for a very long time now. And I think there's a crop of young players coming up. Yeah. And certainly in the Southern African, but actually in most of Africa, we are having significant sort of a rise. The world better watch out, Already, Basem is still blazing. I think top 50 at some point in the world of chess. And we have a lot of strong players coming up now.
Very true. In Pool D,
I don't know whether I am David Silva from Angola is super good in blitz. I remember the Olympiad for 5 to 1 minute. I lost 5 games straight.
Wow.
He had 5 and you had 1 minute. You had 5 minutes and he had 1 minute.
He lost 5
No.
minutes.
No, the guy, David Silva had 1 minute to Ricky's 5 minutes, and Ricky lost 5. Don't lose the significant 5 and 1. Did I get it right, Ricky?
No. I was the one giving him an offer. He's like,
Well, I think the moral of the story there is learn whom you give an offer to.
Exactly.
Don't lose hope, Ricky. I'm sure you learned some lessons, so you aren't paying for nothing. You're paying for some good lessons from
Okay, on Pool E, maybe that's where we're not seeing Africans. Pool E, not so funny. Sierra Leone at the last position. Nicaragua taking it in Pool E, it seems, but they're still yet to play 3 rounds. Let's see how that will turn out.
But the scores are showing they have been winning very well. They have only drawn 1, so maybe, I don't know.
Let's see how
Sierra Leone, my very good friend Ronald Lebuga was the coach of the team. I don't know what happened. Is it down to the coach or the players?
I think the coach can tell us.
You don't have to look. You don't have to look for the scores for Sierra Leone.
I just seen they're the wrong tail of the table.
They don't seem to be doing very well. They've not won any game so far.
All right, hard luck.
They did win, I think, on round 2. They got a point, 2 points actually.
Actually, they've not won.
Not much, but they won a game.
If you look at Sierra Leone, on round 2, they played Honduras.
They had a point.
They got 1. Honduras had 5, so they lost.
Yeah, but they won.
No, Victor is saying at least they won a game.
Well, at least they won a game.
A game, yeah.
Yes.
That's
But they've not won a match yet.
Yeah, I remember some of these African countries, a couple of things have happened, and maybe we need to appreciate how privileged some of, even Kenya we are compared to other compatriots. Today we have Kenyan chess players being paid for accommodation, being paid for air tickets, being given allowances. I think Sierra Leone at some point, the players themselves depended on their president of federation to donate some tickets for them to make it. And basically it's, can I say, an act of service.
Yes.
And many strong players can't pick up chess. So if we feel that we are disadvantaged in terms of opportunities in Kenya, there are many countries, Sierra Leone being one of them, where even being able to play chess now is a tremendous effort. And I think they deserve nothing short of commendation for the points they've achieved in this chess Olympiad.
Actually, that reminds me, I'd missed out on this. They were playing with 4 players, I think. So automatically, every game they were down 2 points.
Exactly. Yeah. And that even in this Olympiad or in the chess?
In this online Olympiad.
And the same thing happened when they played in the World Chess Olympiad. So you're starting from a disadvantage. Yeah. And to even score 2 points tells you the amount of effort and sacrifice.
Absolutely, yeah.
And if you look at the history of Sierra Leone, a bit of time, they had some war in the country, then there's Ebola and all this. And I think just a shout out to that team, and as much support as could be given to the Sierra Leonean team. And there are many such stories. I think South Sudan right now has a similar story, and fantastic, immensely talented chess players coming up. So watch that space. Don't look at that result, let it fool you.
Well done, Ron. Yeah. Some validation from Dr. Victor Ngani. Yeah. Let's meet online for our usual medication from me.
But to the point that Victor is making about countries, I think my assessment from the infrastructure that Kenya has, from digital abilities, the economic status of Kenya, we are punching below our weight compared to other African countries.
Yeah,
I think you'd expect, of course, Egypt with much more established infrastructure. But I think even to our neighboring countries, I think from a resourcing perspective, with a bit more organization, Kenya should be leading the way compared to most countries.
Yeah, Tricky, I think the gap is in getting a proper coach, because if you followed us today, we are having a debate whether Queen H6 is a good move or a bad move, and I'm hoping to get to a point where automatically there's no discussion about it. It's a poor move, no Kenyan is going to make it, and if we get good coaches that can guide us in that direction, you'll see us begin now to go toe to toe. Because looking at the games, honestly, just a few games out of some mild strategic decisions that went against us. And I fully support what you're saying, Tricky. We are punching way below our weight in terms of resources, but I think that's going to change as we give good guidance to the upcoming crop of players.
No, it's true. It's true. I can't agree more. We need to do a lot in terms of investing in the youth, because they're the future that we have. some old guys will not be able to listen to new instruction. But the kids that are coming up now, they need to be equipped very well with the basic knowledge of chess and the basics, just to understand how to evaluate a position, how to analyze your position, and just to know which moves to make at specific times, picking up those critical moments in a game. And as you said, having a good roadmap where you're going to in that game, not just playing because you want to make a move. And it comes down to discipline and hard work. There's no shortcuts.
We are waiting for you to do puzzle.
Yeah. I mean,
I've always been avoiding that.
No, today we have finished the show. The games are over, so we are under no pressure.
So,
all the time we have is for you to do puzzle rush.
I think we can try and see how many puzzles I can do.
Yeah. Maybe Victor, for the viewers who don't understand what puzzle rush is, I can take them through that explanation.
Okay, so chess.com has been a leading platform really for practicing chess online. And every so often they come up with the innovative process. I think they have something called, they're titled arenas. There is a speed chess championship, where Magnus Carlsen, Fabiano Caruana, the whole team plays in, and you actually have a chance to play in those. Now, recently they introduced Puzzle Rush, which is sort of a game, but it's a chess game, in that you solve as many puzzles as you can within either 3 minutes or 5 minutes. And in the process, you actually learn, because there's a repetitive issue. You're looking at backgrounds, you're looking at forks, you're looking at open lines, you're looking at very important tactics, and you begin to learn that way. And so I think right now the world, there are people who can solve 60 puzzles in 3 minutes. Well, you just have to watch it to believe it. It's amazing.
60 puzzles in 3 minutes?
In 3 minutes. People like Hikaru Nakamura, by the time they get to 20 seconds, they've solved 30 puzzles. I mean, they see the position, their hand automatically makes the move. They don't have to think about it. Wow. It's maybe as Titus looks at it, Titus is a very strong player. For those of you who don't know, he is the...
Titus will allow you 20 puzzles in 3 minutes, if you can.
Oh, Titus will surpass that. He already did, I think, 23, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, he was training, yeah?
He was training.
All right.
But the target is 30.
But the problem is, target is 30. That is a bit much. I'll try.
The interesting thing, Brian, chess.com allows anybody who can do 35 puzzles in 3 minutes to join their world championship for puzzle solving. And you can play absolutely anybody. So, in fact, I think the finals had 2 players. I think Sam Shankland, if I'm not mistaken.
The US guy.
The US guy. And a little known player who actually was going toe-to-toe with him, and is an amazing puzzle solver. I'm forgetting the name now. And if you can solve 35 puzzles in 3 minutes, wherever you are, you can join Puzzle Rush.
Have you joined?
Well, I've not solved 35 yet. My highest is 28.
Okay.
28 sounds little, but I promise you getting to 28 is an issue. But I'll get to 35. I think,
okay, let's see how Titus will do here.
So let me try my first puzzle rush. I think everyone will do it for fairness purposes, so that it becomes a fair trial. So LGM, you're not off.
No, I don't like rushing.
It will become only fair if everyone does it, so that we can see if you're on the same page. So anyway, so is the standard time 3 minutes or 5?
I do 3. 3 minutes is best.
So 3 minutes, huh? So let me start. I don't know if I'll try my best not to be distracted.
That's a mate. Fork. Checkmate.
Yeah, checkmate. I don't know what to do. Maybe capture this bishop. Oh God, what do I do here?
Free
Check,
rook.
check, pick the rook.
Free rook.
Check the knight.
D6.
And then pick the rook, yeah. We can't tell you everything, Bono. Good. Well done.
Good stuff.
You're going well.
That's a free rook. Free queen. Free queen, the bishop pass.
Yeah.
Free queen.
Queen check. Queen check.
Queen check.
Queen check, and then
Slap. Pick the rook, yeah.
That's a free bishop.
That's a free bishop with queen check.
When you just okay, you had already moved the
Okay. I'm pre-moving.
Yeah, don't
By the way, if you miss 3 puzzles in a row, you're out before your 3 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So
he
you better
hasn't.
be
He
careful.
hasn't. He hasn't so far.
That's a free rook sitting on h8.
Check. Queen check.
Queen check.
This is the technique you should know of it.
Yeah.
I keep missing this thing.
That's a free. No.
Yeah, that's correct.
That's correct. Yeah.
Mouth slip. Mouth slip. Mouth slip.
Okay, that was the first try.
Mouth slip. Mouth
Anyway,
slip.
14 is what I could score.
Yeah.
Kidula,
Amir,
it's saying new game.
you want to have a repeat?
No, you can repeat. Here is the mark.
No, I had my arm yesterday. I can't move. I can't move.
Let me
Victor,
try
Victor,
this.
come
Let
on,
me try
please.
this.
Yeah.
Victor can try.
Okay. Let me see how it goes.
You come and sit
So
here.
touch-
I'll sit there so
so
that
touch
I see how you guys are doing.
Okay, so let's try new game. Here we go. No distractions, please. I think that's a checkmate. What am I missing? It's a checkmate here. That's a checkmate. That's a checkmate. That's a checkmate. That's a free queen. That's a checkmate. That's where it's happening here. Let's. That's a checkmate. This looks like a checkmate. What's going on here? This looks like a checkmate. What am I missing? Playing black. Okay, this looks like a checkmate in one. This looks like a free rook at the end. Technique now. This looks like a checkmate. Okay, what am I playing? This looks like a free rook at the far end.
The skewer.
It's a skewer. This looks like a fork, like a free bishop.
Titus,
This looks like a free.
you tried,
bishop.
but you guys are bad news.
Okay. So let's attack this queen. Let's give a check there. Pick a free. What's going on here? Let's pick a free rook at the end. This looks. What's going on? Let's just attack this guy. Will that work?
Why not rook on the 7th?
Rook on the 7th was best. My apologies. I think that's a serious blunder. Hopeless. How sad. What happens here? This is tricky.
No, just pick the bishop and then pick the rook.
Yeah, correct. Thank you. Yeah, that was. I think I got distracted by. Let's give you a check here. Check again. Pick that. If we pick this rook, what happens? Go down. How do you stop that pawn? Then what happens here? Free rook at the end. That's a what? It's a checkmate threat. Okay, we have to block that. This looks like a fork. You can pick a free guy. Oh no, I missed a checkmate. This looks like a beautiful checkmate. Give what a queen. What's going on here? Oh no.
23, not bad.
That's really poor.
23 is not bad, man.
That's
Can Ricky try from wherever he is? But he's.
Brian, here you come.
No, I can't do puzzle rush. It's the same way I don't play.
Let's try. Let's
the
try
same
one
way
more.
I don't
Let's
play.
Let's try one more puzzle.
What is
rush.
that thing called? I don't play bullet chess.
I'll practice and try and reach 13. Send you the script.
I was actually being ambushed. I've done this once. This is the second time.
Oh, really? Yeah,
And it seems it's something I need to practice.
it's fun. Yeah.
And it's fun to watch even to
I wonder how guys play bullet. No, I can't. 1 minute. You are even telling me that time the people play 15 seconds, was it?
I think I should challenge Ngani to a bullet match.
That will be. Yeah. I find 1 minute a problem. How
You
you.
seem to be a fast player. I can challenge you on a bullet match and then
Ricky's friend Okello says he's fast, but I tell him, are you fast, but are you accurate?
So what's going on here? This looks tricky. going on here? What do we do? Just a checkmate here. Let's give you a nice little check there. Win a free knight. Can we do a check here? What's going on? Oh, there's a bishop check there. Let's try this.
I'm using the
I don't mind picking this guy, then picking this one. What's going on? Is this a fork? But there'll be a check. That check, we can just pick that guy. This looks like a nice check.
It's a nice mate. Knight f6.
Yeah, knight f6, a nice mate, yeah. Alright, let's see what happens. Let's do a check here. Pick this guy at the back. What's the follow-up? This one. Okay, and as you can see, you don't have to calculate everything at the same time. You probably have to attack a queen there, then eat the free queen. And then I think a lot of these things also, can we try interference? Let's pick this guy. I don't think that can be wrong. Oh, that's wrong for sure. Okay, fine. Let's see what happens here. This would be some interesting. What's going on? How do we proceed from here? I can't see it. Bran, help.
Knight times this.
Thank you, Bran. You're a brilliant. But now after you help me, I still miss it. Okay, so this is a really poor performance. Maybe I should have stuck at what I had before. Yeah,
20, you missed by 3. All right.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
Puzzle Rush. Try it on chess.com if you want to see how well you calculate. It's pretty fast in time pressure.
Yeah.
Great.
Right.
This is something I need to practice. Ricky, you need to practice as well, right?
Actually, very impressive Victor and Titus.
Yeah, very impressive and very depressing for some of us who don't do it.
True, very true.
So, gentlemen, anything else you have to say? Because I think we are finished our show.
We're actually done with our show. Anyone who has a question, a comment?
I think for me, it's really, I like this Olympiad, this online tournaments, because it might be a while before the physical tournaments. I think it is an idea we should think. Before we punish Kidula, we are playing University of Nairobi, and we wanted to make it face-to-face, but if it takes so long, we can punish them on the online as well.
And Jake Watt and University of Nairobi to find out which is the greatest university team of all time, yeah?
No, not to find out, to confirm.
So it's UN. UN is the greatest, yeah?
Of course, everyone knows that.
No. Numbers don't lie.
Maybe Ricky, you can tell us who is on UN in the Jake Watt team, because Victor is here to speak on behalf of the UN team.
So we have Methu, Ben Magana, Nathan Ateka, and myself.
Okay.
Incidentally, I'm seeing on chat Engineer Nathan Ateka commenting. It's good if you mention him. Thank you very much, sir. He's one of the veteran chess players, one of those people who were gifted, and they had one copy of Batsford chess openings that was shared across the whole country. I think that's what they used to.
That was my copy, if you didn't know.
It was your copy.
Ask him.
And the reality is that's all they used, and they scored.
Actually, Nani is the one who had it, KCB Chess Club, and Ampri Andolo.
Yeah.
And then I made a copy of it, and Ateka had a copy of it.
Up to last year, I think Ateka was the highest rated player. So these are people who had tremendous gifts. And the
Very
way,
strong
the way
player.
Kenyans used to study chess, they pick that Batsford Encyclopedia of Chess openings, and they just play on the board over time. We're inventing the wheel. I'm seeing Musa Kwereba Gadua, who's been very instrumental in posting online in terms of developing just interest in chess. That was good. I'm seeing Hesbon Omanjo, also member of the Nairobi Chess Club, University of Nairobi chess team that won East African Championship, saying 100% agree with me, Queen to H6 was incorrect. Then Vincent Gishohi also contributing there. Thank you very much, team. Just a shout out to all people on chat. James Guada saying nice try. No, James, that's a poor try. I'm at 1/3 of the world's best. I need to triple. But as you can see, it's muscle memory. I mean, I can see the move, but my hands are moving very slowly.
He was telling me about you need a gaming mouse.
Yes.
He bought one. You can see it here. So this one, maybe you should have used this. A gaming mouse helps you make those moves faster.
Or sometimes just a touch screen could be better.
Maybe a touch screen.
Yeah, even a touch screen works wonders.
So you're telling about the UN team because yes. Ricky has given us the lineup for JQuat. And as you're saying about Ateka, very, 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 very versatile player. Those who don't know, Ateka also turned out for the mighty Ingwe, FC Leopards, as the main striker.
Is that so?
Oh yeah, Ateka was the main striker of FC Leopards, number 9.
Really? It's a very interesting thing because...
No, he was. Even I think he played for Harambee Stars.
Well, I think this debate by Tricky is a non-debate really, because when we were all in university, there was an East Africa Intervarsity Chess Championship, and there were multiple national chess championships. There was a national league, and the University of Nairobi won East Africa Varsities Championship for 3 years in a row, national championship for forever that time. So really, I think that question of debate, I mean, that's a pointless debate. It's like asking who won the FA Cup, was it Chelsea or Arsenal?
Ricky, I hope you're listening.
I mean, it's a non-starter debate. And
Victor is living in the past. He's talking about 2006 when Matthew had not started playing chess. I was just joining the chess in that time. So, well, if it is history, yes, you could argue, say, in the early decades of the 20th century, Nairobi University was the best. Now that times has changed, I think we want to check based on the current position. But I think it's best to square these things on the board. And then we see.
Gani has still not told us the team of UON. I think there is Ben Guku.
Ben Guku, there is Atuoli Kaidans, I'm here, there is Gidinji Hinga. You know, it's, I mean, you mention any other strong chess player, you'll find they went to their university long before. And, Tricky, the results on the board, just speak for themselves as well. So
when do you plan to have this match? I mean, we need to start doing this because
we can organize and see if we can stream it live. If you guys are going to play it live.
Because we wanted to play it as a classical round robin. So that's why we were monitoring how the COVID environment is looking. But the way things are, September definitely, August, September doesn't look... playable unless I don't know whether reducing it to rapid may dilute the event, but it can be one consideration.
I think rapids would have been nice.
Rapids would be nice, but I think we don't want to say time pressure. I think classical will be the ultimate test of who is the real guru in this thing. I think so.
Yeah. So I think we'll get guidance from Victor if it is okay for. Will be how many players? 8 players to just have the same way guys who are playing, we can still play on the board with some a bit of precaution in terms of the COVID issues.
Yeah, great. I think it's about 10 players perhaps we'll be thinking about, just to have 5 on either side, and we'll see how that goes. Quite interesting to see how that will play out. Main point though, universities don't lose the point of it. I think a lot of chess has been shaped by the universities over time, and a lot of the players that we're seeing now in the national scene have come from the varsities. I think Strathmore at some point became the chess powerhouse. I hope they continue that spirit. Daystar at some point has been the pillar around which chess revolved for some time, and I think in terms of seasons we see this a lot. And so and I think Technical University of Kenya, both in Nairobi and in Mombasa, have been very strong pillars of chess at different times. You're seeing champions such as a national champion, Joyce Nyarwai, Sasha Mungeli, serious mathematician, all these people coming from those spaces. And I think also as you think about best varsities, also bring on board the ladies. Let us have Vulcan O and the rest of the team demonstrating chess. So let's expand it. Let it be full circle, including the ladies.
You want to send Gidinji Hinga a link to join the Zoom meeting right now before we...
Yeah, before we...
let's send him the link. Ricky, just wait, he's coming. Not Ricky.
You can let me know your chess.com handle, and as we wait for him to join live, I can challenge you to a match so that our viewers...
But he's going to join immediately. Gidinji, the link has been sent to you. Just join the Zoom meeting right now.
And Titus is being very deliberate. Titus is extremely strong in fast chess.
He's
I
close to
seem
unbeatable.
to be among the
He's a king. He's a king in fast chess.
Among.
I think there's other time you're talking about the moral of the story. You need to choose your battles wisely.
Exactly.
But he has just designed this for himself.
Actually, the two Kizigas are very good in this online chess. I cannot dare challenge them.
Yeah, we happen to have very fast internet, and someone might argue my hands are also
I don't
fast.
think it's about internet. You also get used to just the online. I play very poorly in online. I'm seeing Gidinji is now on.
Okay, right, great. Gidinji, how are you? Hey, Gidinji, how are you?
Unmute, perhaps.
We can't hear you, Gidinji. How are you?
I think you need to unmute your audio.
Hi, Gidinji. We can't hear you. We can't
He's
hear.
talking, but we can't hear him.
Okay, maybe before we get him back, Gidinji can be unmuting his audio. We need to get your opinion on
Hi,
this.
can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah.
Great.
Now we can hear you. Welcome to the show, Gidinji. How have you been?
I've been well. I've been enjoying your commentary. I've been enjoying the games. It's been fantastic. Thanks. I think this is just great for chess. You guys have done a tremendous job.
Thanks, Gidinji, for your ever-present support. We appreciate that.
Yes.
Now, you have been
man.
hearing about this thing going on about UN and JQuad. Maybe before that, what comments do you have to say about the performance of Kenya and the whole tournament as a whole?
It was a fight. I think we had some games maybe that on the knife edge. Probably we didn't convert, but they fought well. They fought hard, and we appreciate their effort. I know it's a tough stage, but we really support them. They did a great job.
Great. Now, what about this bout that is being thrown all over the place? What do you have to say about that?
JKUAT, they are thinking numbers. University of Nairobi are clearly a better team. As much as the numbers in Africa here, numbers don't mean much. You come over the board. We'll sort it out over the board. Me, I'm just saying, just give me Magana. That's all. Me, I don't want I only want Magana. Please, team captain Victor, please just give me Magana.
So Victor is the captain.
No, what we decided, Gidinji, was as opposed to just playing 4 games, each player plays all the 4. So you'll play all the JQuad players. So you'll play a total of 4 games. So we'll do it over. It has to be over 2 weekends. Just
okay.
No,
So
actually, one weekend is enough for 4 games. When we discussed with Ben an idea of making it a double round robin, so we can say single round robin is 1 weekend, double round robin is 2 weekends. So you cannot sneak from me, for example, if you are trying to avoid me.
I'm not avoiding you, Ricky. Ricky, by all means. In fact, I wish I could play you 4 times. That's okay.
Okay.
Daktari, anything you have to ask Gidinji?
Well, no, I think Gidinji has spoken for the team. I think his players can be. I think he settled the debate. And maybe for those who don't know who Gidinji Hinga is the former chairperson of Chess Kenya. He has been instrumental in the development of junior chess, the mini chess program. He's been quite a key part of this. Mm-hmm. And I think chess has moved tremendous strides, largely thanks to Gidinji's efforts amongst many others. He's been a key pillar in that area. And so I'm saying that also so that when Gidinji is talking, Tricky should learn to, keep his lane and just follow.
what Kibinji has said and nod. You know, there are things when in Africa when the elders are speaking, you nod your head and say yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Even when it's not correct.
Even if it's not correct.
Anyway,
And maybe to add to that, maybe apart from what the great work Gidinji is doing with the juniors overall in chess in the country, is a main supplier of chess equipment. So if you need to be hooked up with a chessboard, digital chess bags, chess pieces, you need to hit out miniatures. You think maybe you can throw up your number for those who want to, the miniatures number for those who want to get in touch with you?
Oh, thank you so much. It is 0722 150 288. 0722 150 288. Thank you guys for plugging in my small hustle. Thank you. We really appreciate.
We really respect you, and that's why we thought it was important.
Low and the quality as high as possible. So I really appreciate we are looking towards getting the game out to everybody and working together with every other chess persons out there.
Most definitely.
Yeah, one of the things Gidinji we need to be doing is having such platforms whereby we just talk about our local chess in Kenya and just share ideas. I think it's something we need to introduce, to be doing maybe every fortnightly, or maybe I'm thinking about that, so that we just share ideas and see how much we can do to help chess in the country develop.
Exactly. I would like to point out something probably may have gone unnoticed, but there's a country, Lesotho. Or is it Lesotho? They've really improved. They've done a very decent outing. They've played quite well. They're mid-table against much higher powers. Before, maybe 4 years, 6 years back, Lesotho was a team that should we meet them as Kenya, we just whitewash them. But they're doing something right. And as there was a discussion earlier about how Kenya probably we are punching below our weight level. And I think as you said, a forum like this would be very good to have that conversation, to see how we can do a Lesotho and just overrun all these other guys. We should be towering above all of our neighbors. That's for certain. But we are on the right track, but probably we need to accelerate it somewhat. Yeah.
Great.
And I think another point, Kidula, just following up on what Gidinji said, I think what digital is enabling is, I think using such forum, even a very, say, IM or GM training to a large wider audience is much more possible now. I think just a Zoom session and then people can be able to join. There's a lot more flexibility from that perspective. And I think what can occupy our time now.
Yeah.
So maybe for our viewers wondering about Lesotho, it was important to point out that they're playing in Division 4, just like Kenya is. And Lesotho so far is at position 4, which is really impressive. And they seem to have really played a very good game. They beat Cameroon 6-0. They also beat Malawi. They also beat Eswatini, and they drew with Sudan. So they've only lost to Nigeria, and definitely Nigeria is a very strong team.
It's a powerhouse.
It's a powerhouse in Africa. So let's see how they turn out. They could actually qualify. I agree with Gidinji. It's a team that has been ignored for some time, and they seem to be doing the right decisions.
I really wanted to know whether candidate master Clarence Seiler of Malta was playing for the Malta.
Yeah, you had asked that question earlier on to check on the team composition of Malta.
I think he's
there's one of our players in Kenya called Peter Kinyanjui. I don't know if you know him.
Yes.
He calls himself Fisher.
Yeah.
He'll always ask, where were you in 1980? Because he played for the country in Malta Olympiad.
Yes.
Along like in a safe Kanani. So maybe check out for the team composition.
And the reason why I'm saying this is because chess is also a great unifier. Diverse cultures, diverse races in this very difficult times the world is facing with all the Black Lives Matter movement. And I met Clarence just once on the chessboard. We played one game, and we've sort of stayed in touch. And I think the same thing for most of Africa. So it would be just good to know whether he's playing. Just send a shout out to the team.
Oh yeah.
We've discussed more online. And just to mention that, was he playing?
No, we'll check that out. But we can see the Chess Kenya treasurer, Mr. Wandera, is online. Wandera, how are you?
Maybe you can unmute your...
Gilbert Wandera, how are you? Can you unmute yourself? Gilbert, how are you?
Good. Thank you very much.
All right. Okay. You look
I'm
like
good, Brian. How are you?
You look like
Can
a
you hear me?
well-fed cat, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
So tell us.
Yes?
Give us your thoughts about the whole event and what you think about the broadcast. How has it been?
I think for Gilbert, hold on, Gilbert. For Gilbert, you don't start from there. You start by congratulating him and thanking him for availing the funds. He's a Chess Kenya treasurer, and I think as a team they've done very well to allocate some of this. So Gilbert, thank you very much, and the effort you've put in place. Now, please proceed and answer.
Yeah, very good point.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Gilbert seems to be
I think his net is...
Maybe we can go back to Givinji Inga.
Yeah, let's go to Givinji. You want the TV on?
Yeah. So
Hello.
Givinji,
Yes, can you hear me?
You're, I think we got back Wandera just a moment. Bwana Wandera, I don't know if you can hear us.
Yes, I can hear you, Bwana Victor.
It's how close you're getting to the laptop that is making us wonder if we can hear you. You're getting so close. We are only seeing your ears.
Okay,
you're perfect.
How about now?
You're awesome. At that position, you look good. So maybe, first of all, congratulations. Team Kenya has done very well. Maybe not as good as we wanted, as the fans. But they've done very well representing Kenya. Some very good play by Methu beating an IM, a lot of unexpected promise. You can see Methu is already showing he's a master. So what can you say about Team Kenya's performance so far?
Like you said, we were actually expecting at least a third place. But it is what it is, and we are happy. Such kind of tournaments, you don't just look at the overall result. There are some very good lessons that you look at. For me personally, I'm excited about the juniors, because a lot of them, it was their first time, and they're able to get half a point here, a point there. So I think for me, looking at the future, that is the most positive thing that you can get out of this, that you have some good juniors that we can look forward to representing the country once the Maganas retire. So at least we'll have a smooth transition, so we'll not have again to start rebuilding again. So for me, that's the most exciting thing about that. And I also want to, I'm also excited about you guys. You've really done a wonderful job. I think we are the only African country that has been able to do this broadcast, and I think it's a new level for chess, and I know that with such kind of things we can only get better, and we can only do better. So really, I want to thank you guys. I mean, I know it's a big sacrifice, and I really appreciate the work that you've done. Thank you very much.
We also appreciate Chess Kenya for giving us this opportunity. We don't take it for granted. We know many other guys would have taken up the chance. But we appreciate the fact that you chose Terian Chess Academy and Prox Chess House to take up the activity. Daktari here representing us very well with a very good commentary. Maybe just one more question for you, Bwana Wandera. Is that how, as per your assessment of the players after this event, how do you think they took the challenge? Or what do you think they've learned most from this event?
One of the things I think that personally I think that they have learned is, and I want to commend the Chess Kenya office, our chairman and our secretary general. these are they are good chess players in their own right. But I want to commend them because they did not interfere in any way with the team selection. They left the job to the coach to do the job and to really to field the people that they felt were the right people to be fielded. And I think for me, what I want the players to take from this is to take everything seriously. That if you have an opportunity, just to take it seriously. Like, you never know what will happen after that. I'm excited because we've had a lot of interest, especially from the other media, from the traditional media, because they've really, it's a new thing. So everybody has just been coming here, want to know what's this you're doing. So for the players, I think they just need to take such opportunities seriously and give their best. If they are given an opportunity, give their best, and not look at it like they deserve this, because really there are hundreds of other players who would have grabbed this opportunity if they had it. So I just want to urge them to just take it seriously and whatever opportunity they get, because representing the country is it's a big deal, and even for the players, a brand, it's a big deal, because I'm sure someone will put it in your CV that you represented the country, even if it's online. I think it's a big deal. So that's the advice I would like to give our players.
I think, Bwana Treasurer, I think it's always easy for you to downplay your own achievement in all this, and I think it's very important to appreciate on behalf of everybody out there that a lot of funds are not going towards chess. I know it's not easy. I know it involves a lot of personal sacrifice, and to put development of chess ahead of every other administrative thing is really important. I know this is the first time you've got an international coach for the Kenyan team, working with the team for just a few days, and it's been tremendous. We hope this will progress, and also just allowing the kinds of prize funds we are seeing in chess events in Kenya now. $6,000 being a first prize in Kenya, that's a big deal, and I know you promised to make it even better. Please keep on that track. Thank you very much. Your contribution to Kenyan chess is highly appreciated.
Thank you very much, Bwana Wandera.
Yeah, we can't say more than that, Wandera. Keep it up. We look forward to partnering Chess Kenya. But you're very happy, sir. What's happening? You're eaten, huh?
He's just done well.
I've never seen all your teeth all my life, man. Now I'm seeing plus the premolars.
No, we have finished well. I'm happy we finished well.
Great.
And everybody is happy, and I'm happy.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Bwana Wandera.
Thank you.
Victor, before you ask me a question, there's just something that I'm dealing with very modest people here, and I'm dealing with the Tyrian Chess Academy and Prox Chess House. Really, if ever there was a premier set of organizations in Kenya, those are the two. Tyrian Chess Academy, if you have a child who needs to learn chess, you really have to link up to Tyrian Chess Academy. I think the development of chess in Africa in general, Tyrian has been taking lead, and Prox Chess House, not only is it the sports house for chess in particular, it's also been organizing most of the online events for chess, and I think those are the two people we are dealing with: the CEO Tyrian Chess Academy, Mr. Bran Kidula, CEO Prox Chess House. These kinds of events are only possible because of your efforts, and this effort, what you're seeing today, didn't start last week. You've been at this for the last 4 or 5 years. Thank you for that consistency and your contribution towards chess.
Thanks for accounting, Victor. We really appreciate that.
Maybe just to
just before that, I checked. I didn't find that player in the Malta team.
Malta team
is not.
Maybe you can just see the Malta team just to confirm what Daktari was saying. So the Malta team seems to have been a very strong one. They had an FM Borg Joffrey who was on board 1, a very highly rated player, got 5 points out of 9. We have CM Damanin Jake.
Damanin,
yeah.
I think those are players who are playing
about 3 points. And then we have the WFM Caruana, who really did very well. 8 points, lost only 1 game. That's a very splendid, very good performance.
Yeah.
And maybe it's possible maybe she didn't even
8 out of 8.
She actually did not play the round 9. Yeah. She was such a very good, resourceful player for that team. We have Missy Jack, who has 5 points. I think it's also important to check our Kenyan players on the same format, just to give guys.
And even as you do that, I think it's important to call your child Caruana. There's no way you're called Corona by accident. And
then you just lose, you know.
But what was it Kasparov was talking about Caruana and Ding yesterday?
I sort of missed that.
When he was saying they are not the kind of competition, but they're giving Magnus not a lot of competition as the way he faced against Vichy and Kramnik.
I sort of missed that actually. I didn't.
So
I watched just section.
it's sort of that. Yes, they are not that. They are there, but you know, we look at them as demigods in terms of chess. But for Kasparov to say that, then he must be knowing something you don't understand.
I think it just goes back to what would be expected. You see, Carlsen is winning almost everything. You know, in the current Legends of Chess, in the knockout phase, the first phase, he won 9 out of 9 of the matches. He won every single match against every single player, including Ding, including the legends that were there: Peter Leko, Svidler, Boris Gelfand, Ivanchuk. The whole team. He basically beat everybody.
Yes.
And then in the semi-finals, I think Peter Svidler, who is a fantastic strong player, just couldn't see where the ball was going. And I think we are coming to that place where we have to, we were hoping someone could challenge Magnus. It hasn't quite panned out, First it was Caruana, but he didn't have a chance. And then Ding really may not even make it past the candidates. And so Ding Liren for sure is a very strong player. He's one of the few people to beat Magnus Carlsen in a knockout, in a playoff.
Yeah.
But then that's like a one-off. You'd say a bad day. Every other time Magnus Carlsen is having free reign. Either it's immense genius with immense hard work, or most likely that. And
he's extremely competitive. And
extremely competitive.
He places high premium on his own performance. Sometimes he's not happy when he comes second. I mean, he's just too mad at himself. So I think with those attributes, I mean, it's going to be very difficult to beat Magnus. Unless, of course, Titus here works hard and tries to give
No, there's someone who's trying to work hard and claims he doesn't have fear of Magnus Carlsen, and that's Anish Giri. And there's a lot of, can I say, bromance between Anish Giri and
bromance, a lot of it,
And there are all these tweets and lots of, what's going on, and it makes it very exciting.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, Anish Giri won against Magnus Carlsen once, and there's an epic dance. You just have to look for it, and he was just doing like an up and down dance. But then thereafter, it's been, it's been a sad affair. Magnus has been, revenge after revenge, and we hope that somehow they could still, bring more entertainment and challenge Magnus Carlsen.
Rick, are you still with us, or you left? Gidinji, you're still there, right?
Yeah. In fact, thanks, guys. I wanted to say, unfortunately, I have to step out now.
All right.
But I think I echo what Victor said. Titus and Brian, you've done an incredibly good job.
Thank you.
I think you've made this online Olympiad a very huge success. So congrats and keep up the good effort.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, cheers.
Just to, as we finish up, because we're also almost done, we could see
Team Kenya.
the setup for Team Kenya and their final results as per the players. And you can see Methu scoring 2 points. He's had 2 wins so far, a very tough event for him, but I can imagine he's been playing board 1. Not any person's cup of tea. Gohil having 3.5 points. Then we have WCM Wanjiro Lucy with 1 point. WFM Mongeli Sasha, 3 points, another 3 wins. And then we have Robert McLeod. This is a very good debut for him. I mean, that's the first international stage he's having online. And he has 2 points. Then we have WFM Krishisha, who has 4.5. That's a very good score, I think, considering he only played 6 matches. That's a very good score. And then Jackson Kamau has 1 point out of 2 games he's played so far. Martin Joroge, 2 out of 3, also a very good performance. Madelta, 1 out of 4, not so bad, very good. WCM Joyce Nyarwai definitely was put on the spot, being our board 1 lady in most of the games, so she had 2 points out of 4. And finally, Luanga, the promising and most futuristic bright star, has 1 point, which is still very. This is just. I think the fact that it was online also was a dynamic. You see, playing on the phone or laptop. We've had mouse slips.
I would imagine for the Luanga brothers, the Aguda Luanga and Odongo Luanga,
Yes.
It has to be nerves. These two young men are ridiculously strong, and I'm just optimistic about their chess future. I think they have a supportive family as well.
Yes.
That's keen on developing their chess, and I think they need to take courage and believe in themselves. I think it's just that confidence to know that they can beat anybody.
Yeah.
I prepare a line up to move 18, and then the young man just comes and thinks over the board and plays book moves up to move 20. No, this is the kind of thing we want to see going forward.
All right, Gidinji, maybe final thoughts before we sign off.
I would like to say thanks, guys, to everybody who made this possible. As Ricky said, this was a very entertaining Olympiad involving. Thanks to you guys. Keep it up. Please do it again. Keep up. We need to see you guys broadcasting. Guys need to know that there's chess and what's going on in chess. I think this forum online is a great platform. So I just encourage you guys, keep it up. From the background, we are so thankful. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you also very much,
Thank you.
Benji. So to our viewers, we wish to leave it at that. Unless maybe have any other comment, but Bonakidule can close for us.
No, thank you very much to all who participated in this thing. Victor, also thank you for making time to be with us with your in-depth analysis. We really appreciate. And as you said, this is a process. It has been in the pipelines for quite a while, and we need to do it more often. And to all our viewers who are watching and supporting, leaving a kind word, and also subscribing to the channel, we really want to appreciate you. Chess Kenya, we can't forget your tremendous support to us and also to chess in general in the country. And we're just excited at what lies ahead of us. Team Kenya, well done. Kudos. Guys, you did your best. It's unfortunate we didn't qualify, but it's a learning curve. It's a process. We shall get there one day. So with that, we don't want to waste so much of our time. We want to say bye-bye, and we'll see you again next time.
You have to say GG in chess. Ala Hikaru Nakamura on chess.com.
All right, thank you very much. GG.
GG.